Pete says we have sound.
Oh, we do have sound.
Oh, so you guys heard all of our stories? And,
I don't think it was coming through the microphone, though. It may have been coming through my laptop.
Crap. Machete said it just started, so y'all missed all the chatter.
We'll be right back. I've got to restart the app so that it picks up the... Actually, let me see if it's... No, it's not. Hang on. Well... Yep, I'm getting that going. Sorry, Pete. Sorry, everybody.
Yeah, you get what you pay for.
Look out.
Not doing good today. Holy crap.
Okay, now we're on the real mics, I think. Test, test.
Oh. Pete says it's all right, 0 and 1 not in place correctly.
Yeah, just...
Machete says 5 by 5.
Cool, okay.
I'm back up for hopefully the last time for a bit. Oh, hello, but you have 17 your phone.
Thank you, everyone, for confirming, and thank you for joining us this morning on our last leg of our drive. Whew.
And if you didn't hear, I'm going to try not to, but sometimes when the pain hits...
You may hear an expletive or two.
Or 6. Because it's a known fact that blurting out expletives feels good.
Helps with the pain.
It does. It's just not the same as ow.
I think we're ready, right? Already ready already?
Yeah, I believe so.
All right. Make this big turn out of here.
First location. So our end stop, of course, is the motorcoach resort. We are probably going to get in there, I guess, about 2 o'clock.
Maybe.
We lose an hour as soon as we...
No, we gain an hour.
We gain an hour.
Yeah, so we'll actually get there a little early.
Oh, okay.
Which is good.
Well, come on, Nam Street. Okay.
I think we're good all the way into there because we'll get fuel right there at the...
Yeah, but we have to find a rest stop to eat at.
Okay, well, we can wing that.
Yeah, so I'm trying to get the location. I don't know if you guys can see, but Emma is bound and determined to squeeze the little dog out of the lap. She's not a fan. Okay, guys, come on. Nails hurt. It is the TA...
I just have it going home
In
because...
600 feet, use the right lane to take the I-15 South ramp to Las Vegas.
Yay! Hey, good morning,
Use the right
Augusto.
lane to take the I-15 South ramp.
Good morning, Pete. Good morning, Armachetti. Good morning, I guess that's
for
everybody.
half a mile.
Yeah.
So far. Pete, or Armachetti, boy, you were online super early this morning. I guess not super early for where you are in Wisconsin. I think you're on Central Time.
In a
So
mile, merge onto I-15 South.
also note, I've already changed the time zone for my laptop. So the time in the top right corner is the time for where we're going today, not where we are currently.
I'm just trying to find a rest area on our way so we can have a little bit of food. we have a tendency to just snack, and that's not really helpful. I don't know if you guys, if you experience this, you get on the road and you get bored, and all you do is just constantly have something in your mouth, or Canaraville rest area is 2 hours and 20 minutes away. So
our machete was out fishing this morning.
Oh, so you just loaded this up and left it on while you went out to... It's in eastern North Carolina, New Bern.
Yep.
Our machete. Yes, actually, real-time pain relief is endorsed by bull riders, which I think is saying a lot because they are always in pain. I think there's a couple of other sports persons that are athletes that are endorsing it. But I know when I've like given samples to people, they've just gotten to me where it hurts and nothing works, and even my aunt, just a little bit on her arthritic hands. So it is expensive for what it is, but it does work. So hi Deanna, how are you this morning?
Hey, good morning, Deanna.
I saw Glenn from Great Escape made it back to USA and is at your destination.
Oh.
I don't know what that means.
I'm not
Did I
familiar
miss
with
something yesterday?
no, evidently I'm guessing Great Escape. I think I've heard of them as another YouTuber. But I wouldn't swear to it. But evidently are they in Las Vegas or at LVM Resort or both? Well, both if they're at LVM Resort.
Yeah. Good morning, John.
Good morning, John.
Oh, I need to let Mom and Pop know.
Yep. Can you jump into the Tesla app and make sure Sentry mode is not on?
Yes, I can.
I got a notice, but it was from the dash cam, so I just want to make sure that Tesla is not sounding off.
It appears to be off.
Okay, good. Ah, okay. So yeah, Great Escape is from France, and they store their Integra Anthem at NIRC Las Vegas. Cool.
Ah, cool.
Ah, okay. I'll have to check them out. I think I've seen their stuff before, but I can't remember.
Sorry, I'm just texting family. They don't follow us on or on YouTube, so
No, it's a little strange.
we have to manually, let them know.
The people that wonder the most about where we are and how we're doing don't subscribe to YouTube or anything, so
They have a tendency to just text us. Where are you? Even though on the website.
yeah, we have a GPS on the website that shows exactly where we are. It's okay though.
I think I got everybody.
Cool. Oh, I forgot to send you Mark's contact info yesterday.
Yeah. Any place that we don't like to go, Augusto asks.
not super fond of back east, only
Yeah.
because of the high humidity and bugs. Although,
so far, we've not found any place very welcoming in Alabama. That's kind of a place we only go to if we have to for the coach. Encountered quite a few narrow-minded individuals, so just decided it's not. Not
yeah,
really
there are
worth it.
parts of the country that are still very, like she said, narrow-minded or backwards minded.
Morning, Twyla. Sorry.
Hey, good morning, Twyla. Alabama seems to have a high concentration of those types.
Yeah, there are.
Not saying there's not good people there, because
Right,
we've met
absolutely, there
several
are.
very good people there, but
And we understand that not everybody from the South is an idiot because we're technically from the South.
yep.
We're trying to smash that stereotype, but at the same time, what we've personally encountered when we've been in Alabama is clearly a factor.
Yeah.
Machete says it's a clear video today, enjoying the view and the ride, wishing I was behind the wheel, but take the trip with you today, take a trip and never leave the farm. Exactly.
Yep.
My cousin's son, whenever he has a day off and we're traveling, he has it just up there. So he's like, I can go on a road trip, kick my feet up and have a bourbon and not have to worry about it.
There's a speed trap ahead.
Ooh, a speed trap ahead.
I think it's also interesting. We've heard from people that have never been to this part of the country, so it gives them an opportunity to,
Some perspective.
perspective and just kind of. And I'm really addicted to those 4K drone videos or the bicycle rides through the Alps. Put that back over there for you.
Thanks, our Machete. Yeah, we're happy to oblige as long as our internet allows.
And it's little effort for us, so it's just the service we provide. So last night we watched the first 30 minutes to David Gilmour live in Pompeii, and just
That guy's amazing.
he is absolutely just, and as far as I know, a beautiful human being as well. So
That's a win.
always. So we left Nephi, Utah this morning. The destination is Las Vegas.
Woot.
Woo-hoo. This is I-15.
Yep. So the auto gen start worked just fine all night last night. Kicked on twice, once shortly after we ended the stream. Oh no, we ended the stream and it was still running, so we shut it down, and then right after we got to sleep it started up and recharged, and then first thing this morning it started up and recharged. So it was a hot night, so we were really blasting the air conditioners, but it worked fine. But I did put in notifications. Now if the battery voltage is below the generator start voltage for more than 3 minutes, because the gen start has a 2-minute warm-up period. So if it's below the gen start voltage for 3 minutes, then all of our Google Home devices turn on and announce that the battery voltage is low and the generator has not started. And also I'm monitoring the generator status, so if it ever goes into a fault status for the auto gen start, then it also alerts everything.
Quite loudly too.
Yeah, I cranked up the volume for it because I want to be aware if that happens. I also lowered the low battery cutoff on the inverters so that they would run for a while longer after the generator is supposed to start. So all in all, that should help us at least be aware and not lose power on the coach. That is a strange looking Kia. I've never seen one like that. I think it's a Telluride is the brand of it, or the name of it.
I saw some when we were up in Kalispell, they almost look like a Jeep, or they almost look like a whatever, but I think it might be like Canadian differences, because when we were in, we'd go down to Douglas, there would be Nissans or something, and it was a name that had never recognized, and the body style was a little different. So, and
that
they had
one,
Mexican.
Yeah, that one actually looked like it had Volvo stylings, like the way the tail lights looked.
And this yesterday we saw a car hauler that had some classic vehicles on it. Then we saw a squished up Ford pickup truck.
Yeah, a little snub-nosed C600. It was cute.
It was cute.
It looked like Tow Mater.
Tow Mater. Yeah. I put pictures up on Instagram, so if you want to go over there, it's @Linan.
That's LEHNANNE.
It's mostly pictures of the cats. Machete, I see the 2021 Newmar King Air can run 2 AC units while traveling without using gen now instead of one on last year's model with new lithium battery setups. I like the sound of that.
Yeah, it's very convenient being able to run the ACs without the generator. Generally speaking, generally speaking, we run the generator for 2.5 hours every 8.5 hours. So that gives us a lot of run time without the generator, and also it makes more efficient use of the generator because it recharges the batteries a lot quicker than lead acids would. So it's a pretty good trade-off in my opinion. 2.5 hours every 8.5 hours. I think there was one brand, I don't remember if it was Newmar, they were replacing the generator, like that entire area. They just filled it full of lithium-ion batteries, and they called it a lithium generator, which is a bit misleading, but I guess it's about as misleading as the solar generators, which are just batteries that you can plug solar panels into. Maybe it was a van or something. I can't remember now.
It should be reserve or power bank.
Yeah.
When you think, because it's not it doesn't create the energy, it just
stores and
it.
Yeah.
312 miles to Las
Woo-hoo!
Vegas.
Yeah, this says we have 325 miles to our exit. Man, beautiful, beautiful scenery out here. I'm sad to say that I get used to it, having the vast openness. Yeah.
And then we go back east, it's like, you can't see anything back here. Just...
Go ahead, buddy.
This gasket's about to blow off.
Yeah, it is. I think that's the bead that hides the screws inside the trim. Put it on the big screen in the theater room. Nice. Yeah, it's is really a big.
Or no?
What's that?
Is our camera 4K for the?
No, we're only broadcasting 720p. Unfortunately, and even with that low resolution, we still are bandwidth challenged.
Starlink will have 4K.
Yeah, Starlink all goes as planned, we'll be shooting in 4K then.
4K 360?
Well, 360, I think we have 5K.
Huh. Sorry guys, I did not sleep very well. Even though I crawled in bed like at 4:30.
Well, you were in a lot of pain.
Yeah, I was in a lot of pain.
Yuba State Park. Not sure what they're
Back there
known
it said
for.
camping and fishing, so I'm guessing a river or a reservoir.
Or yeah, there is a lake to our east. Looks like we're getting a speed zone drop here.
Oh darn, we can only go 70.
Right.
That's the other thing that cracks me up out here in the desert. Yeah. I will say the farther north we went, the fewer police officers and state troopers.
Well,
and
yeah,
stuff we
generally
saw.
out here it's far and few
Sparse.
between.
Well, I mean in Vegas, it's
Right.
up and down and all the way up to Arizona's, or all the way down to Arizona's pretty bad for having one every few. I guess it's just more traffic area.
Yep. All right. That was a short-lived. Oh no.
Oh, we go 80.
Yeah, I
And
don't.
duct tape all over the 8.
I think 70 is still enforced. I think that's why they put that on there. Had a little drop out there for a minute, or some buffering, or slow frames. So sorry about that. Oh, dropping down to 60 now.
Distance is hard to gauge out here too, and the size of things.
Yes.
Like
It's very deceiving.
yeah, it just looks like scrub, but a lot of them are fairly tall mesquite. They're just well off out there.
Yeah, in the mountains it looks like, 30 minutes to an hour walk and you'd be right there, but you could drive for 2 hours and still not make it.
Yeah. It's really like that in southern Arizona and southern New Mexico where, you turn around a corner and when you're coming through Granite Gap on 80 and you come around this little pass and you can see Mount Graham in the background, and that's 2.5 hour drive away. We were out there, he was building the shed, the Astro shed, and we bought some, which we don't have turned on, but or nearby me, the walkie-talkies. And I had gone into Silver City for groceries, which was 90 minutes away. And as I was coming back, I crested through Granite Gap, which is a little higher elevation, and tested the walkie-talkie to see, what the range was. It was 12 miles.
Yep.
Yeah.
And it worked.
And it worked.
There's very little interference out there, and it was wide open. But still,
impressive.
12 miles, yeah, it was really impressive.
And the other way, when I had gone to Portal, I wasn't as elevated.
Well, in Portal, you go through a gap really quickly.
Right.
So about 6 miles out, it was working, but as soon as you shot through that gap, it blocked it.
It blocked everything, yeah. Maybe depending on how work is going for you, take some extra days off so we can meander through the parks like we did in 2014 when we came out west. We drove through Petrified Forest. Did we drive through Grand Canyon Park
Yeah.
with the coach?
With the coach,
Yeah, that was some pucker moments right there. Meteor Crater. We drove out there with the coach. Of course, you couldn't see the crater
Well,
in the coach.
back before quadcopters were banned everywhere, I actually had the quadcopter up in the air and took an aerial photo of the crater.
We should probably find that footage.
Everybody's passing me, but I could swear the last speed limit sign said 60.
Yeah. I'm okay with slower.
Yeah. At least it's smooth roads too.
Oh yeah. Is that Utah or Idaho we were going through where you were talking about those 3 bars that were in? That was north of like Orem or what's north of St. Sorry guys, cognitive is just out the window today.
St. George?
No, Salt Lake City.
Oh,
Where
Ogden?
It was awful. And with the cities, we're back up, and then Salt Lake City popped up. And
Yep.
it's very deceptive how long the stretch is that you're going through those. Miller Radio.
No idea what that is.
8444 Kilroy.
Somebody off the road over here. Looks like they're shoveling. Maybe they got stuck. They went too far.
Dead body. Flat tire
Ah,
on a trailer. Ew, that's a bad day.
yeah, I don't know. Still seems like they took that whole getting off the road a little seriously.
Better safe than sorry.
True enough.
I like how you went to digging them out of like they're stuck, and I went to burying a dead body. That never would have happened. That's too close to the road. They find it too quickly.
Yeah. I'd already thought of that and dismissed it because of the proximity.
Yeah. We're really warped in that way.
Just a smidge.
Yeah. Dark sense of humor. Or is it a sense of humor? SpaceX had a big week.
Yeah, big week. Splashdown of Crew Demo 2 with Bob and Doug on board. Evidently that was an energetic ride through the atmosphere. They said it sounded like an animal, kind of lived up to the name Dragon.
They should release the audio to that. That'd be pretty...
Yeah, well, they have recordings of it. I think Bob or Doug, one of the two of them, said they recorded it. But I I haven't gone looking to see if somebody's posted it online, but I would be curious to hear it myself. And then they had serial number 5 of their Starship prototype did its 150-meter test hop in Boca Chica, Texas.
And honestly, and this is just, I guess, a commentary on how used to you and I are about watching these things, that little hopper that they first did, that looked more impressive to me. It was straight up, I guess it was the drone angle or the camera footage. There wasn't a lot of smoke or dirt that got kicked up. It just looked like a scene out of Iron Man. It was epic. In this, there was a lot of, I guess, debris, or what would you call that? It's not really smoke out in the
Well, I mean, there's some
sand.
smoke, but yeah, there's a lot of dust kicked up. I'm just gonna. There's no more construction cones, so I'm just gonna speed back up to where.
But it was over 100 feet or 100 feet tall.
100. Oh yeah.
100 feet tall.
No, I don't think it. I don't know. I don't think it was that tall. This serial number 5.
It was the size of a 10-story building, they said, and it was 30 meters across.
Wow. So yeah, it had a single Raptor engine, which has never really been used in a production rocket, but it's highly efficient. It's just difficult to get right, so everybody gave up ahead of time. But SpaceX they seem to be perfecting it. So it's a full flow combustion engine for the rocket, and yeah, they're doing really well with it so far. And then 2 nights ago, they launched 57 more Starlink satellites into orbit, along with 2 rideshare satellites for a company called Black Sky that does imaging of the Earth. At least that's what they're telling us. And all of the Starlink satellites that went up this time, they all have the sun visors, so it's minimizing reflectivity for astronomers. So yeah, 3 big events for SpaceX. Really good times. Oh, electric vehicle charging here at Flying J. Yep. Wonder if they have any Tesla superchargers, or if it's if you look at PlugShare. Okay. Wow. That guy had a bad day. Blew out.
This whole front end was taken off. It was just the engine and a little bit of fiberglass.
All 5 tires on this side were blown.
Everything you say and do creates an impact. Spider-Man giving Spider-Man advice.
Yep.
Shelter pets. Hey.
Yep.
There's another Spider-Man. Oh, it's the same inspirational.
Huh. Climbing lane, 1 mile. Yay.
Really checked out the RV parks or resorts in Mesquite.
No, we've not. We probably ought to look into that.
There was a billboard back there that said it's not worth the view. Drones drones start fire. So.
Drones start fires?
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah. Maybe because it's so dry and one crashed.
I guess if it crashes,
It's a possibility.
theoretically the lithium ion could burst into flames. That seems a stretch.
It does.
Like, I don't think that would be the advertising thing I would put out for dissuading drone use.
There's a text from Pete Hall and it says end. So I don't know if that got. Let me put the stream up on my. Woo!
Well, it's working.
Skunk.
Yeah, I got a little skunk smell too. I'd turn the hazards on because we're relatively slow. Down to 50 miles an hour now.
Yep. There's not too much lag at all.
Cool.
Yeah, that big green shrub up there just went out of view on the camera, so we're
Okay.
quite close.
Can you see the moon at all?
I could, yeah. I can.
Well, no, you can. I meant on the feed, but
Oh,
that's
no.
okay.
No, it's been on the side for most of the.
Yeah, and it's more of a point source. It doesn't show up well in the camera anyway,
Right.
compared to because it's wide angle. So
I did step out the other night when it was full. Well, it wasn't the other night. It was 3 o'clock in the morning when I woke up. We were still in Montana.
43, 44 miles an hour now. Oh, that's weird. The GPS still says 75.
Shetty says we're still looking good. Awesome. Road.
You're a swell looking fella yourself there. I guess. I hope. Maybe. I don't know. Who knows?
Oh. I'm guessing that's a fire tower.
It does appear.
That would make sense with the fire billboards.
Yeah. It doesn't look like it has much in the way of radio antennas, but I'm sure there are a couple up there.
It's not like Northern California's towers where there's a little cabin on the top where they just pretty much live there.
Right. There are some microwave link antennas up there on the smaller towers to the sides. Wow. Not sure why that still says 76.
You need to pull off and figure it out.
No. It's not that big a deal. We're only doing 43, but
I was thinking last night that one of the things we could do instead of, or in addition to little fireside chats, is put the camera in the car, facing out the window, and
right.
take your little laptop, set it up. We could go to, although I don't think we'd have service, Valley of Fire, Red Rock Canyon. It gives us a chance to get out of the house. We did take a drive back in the end of March down the strip, and that was just eerie and nightmarish.
Yeah.
It was a Thursday
desolate.
at 7 p.m., right?
Yep.
You remember how many cars we saw?
Maybe like 5.
I remember, like, at least half of those were police officers going somewhere. We were
Yeah.
stopped at a red light where cop
So-
car after cop car.
So we're back up to 75 now, and it's showing 42. So I think it's just delayed.
Lag.
Yeah. It'll catch back up. I still have some tweaking to do to make that more real time, evidently.
Yeah, your Google speed has quite a lag.
Yes.
That's good for when his mom watches in.
Well, depends.
Oh, true. Depends. But when he first started showing the speed, I would get text from family members going, "Slow down." Michael.
Yep.
Thank you.
You're welcome. I just changed the interval from as quick as possible up to 5 seconds.
Okay.
Wow, 36:40. Now we're up to accurate 75, 76. That makes more sense. Yeah, that would have been a nice trick. Yeah. Those are the only times where that bigger Cummins engine would have come in handy. I think it's a 600 or 605 or something horse. But it just takes us a little longer getting up a hill. It's not that big a deal.
And we don't really cross a whole lot of,
No.
you know, it didn't make sense to spend thousands, tens of thousands of dollars for
The upgrade,
5% if we might, needed it.
Yeah, the upgrade included, instead of the Power Glide chassis that Tiffin makes, it would have gone to a Freightliner chassis, because Power Glide, they didn't have one for the larger Cummins engine yet, and it was an $80,000 upgrade. Just not worth it for us. You okay?
Yeah, just got that shooting nerve lightning bolt. Thunder, thunder, lightning, very, very frightening.
Right.
You know what else is in Vegas?
Lots of things.
White Castle drive-through.
Eh.
I'm pretty good about it. I get one sandwich and one onion pedal. It's a fairly big cheat for me.
In-N-Out is also in Vegas.
Yeah, they're pickles.
I know, they changed their pickles.
Change their pickles. The barbecue joint that it's called Memphis Championship or something like that.
Yeah, Memphis Championship Barbecue.
Yeah, they had fresh pork rinds, but they closed down before the pandemic.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, they went out of business late last year, I think.
Sometime between spring or February when did we get to Vegas? January.
Yeah, January 1st.
Okay, so yeah, he's right. Sometime last year. Keeping this coach until we get a Tesla motorhome or mod it out. We should probably get a new chair for me up here.
Yeah, I think we ought to look into those air suspension ones that the truck drivers have.
Oh, that would be awesome.
Yeah.
You can get a little bit of heat, a little bit of vibration.
I want mine to be ventilated.
Well, can you not do both?
Yeah, you can. You just hadn't mentioned that part yet.
dusty.
Not too bad.
We watched the second episode of Avenue 5 with Hugh Laurie.
Yeah, still pretty good so far.
Yeah. The know-it-all female passenger that just gets in everybody's business. Her name is Karen.
Is it?
Yes.
In the show it's Karen?
In the show,
That's
it's Karen
awesome.
Kelly. What else did we try to watch? Oh, Star Trek Lower Decks, which is an animated show.
Yeah, it didn't really hold us in the
Yeah.
first episode.
No,
We really like Star Trek Discovery a lot. It's really, really well done.
Teen Pike.
Yep.
Yeah.
He's getting his own show.
He is?
Yeah, there's a new version of Star Trek coming out with him as the captain.
Is it Anson Mount though? Because okay.
Yep. Trying to remember what it.
Freddy's Food and Custard. I'm not. It sounds familiar. Like maybe when we first got to Vegas, my aunt may have sang its praises and we went there. But
Yeah, I don't know that we.
yeah, we
haven't been back.
Really try to stay on track. If there are certain foods that I absolutely love, but they will cause a flare up or just make me miserable, and they're not really worth it for me. But sometimes a girl's got to do what she's got to do.
Good morning, Red Jag. Doing okay here. Lenan's got a bit of a pain flare still going, but
yeah, still.
got back
Humid
from
and
workout.
80 degrees. What that puts your real feel at probably like 95 or something, right? Humidity is just kicks
Yeah,
it right
depending
up
on what
there.
it was, what the humidity level is.
I think we're gonna have Texas de Brazil for dinner.
That sounds good.
Some Brazilian cheese bites and some bacon wrapped chicken.
Yep.
Star Trek Beyond.
Yes.
Awesome.
Yes, that's correct. We have it in our queue already.
I was familiar with some of Anson Mount's work before Hell on Wheels, but Cullen Bohannon, that character was.
He really nailed it.
He was. Cullen Bohannon comes in a close second to Seth Bullock from Deadwood, but Raylan Givens.
Yeah, Raylan Givens is pretty good too.
Red Jag, I know Star Trek.
Indeed, Mr. Enterprise man.
We're on the last season of Eureka.
Yeah, rewatching.
Rewatching it. We tried to start Chuck again, but it's not really aged well for us.
It's okay-ish. It would be fine if we didn't have other way better shows to watch. It's not as dated as some of the other stuff we've tried.
No, it's not. But for some reason, audio goes. I don't remember it being as high pitched and squeaky. Their voices. It just. I don't know.
Wow, Kim, 59 with ocean breezes and a high of 63. At that temperature, 70% humidity isn't really that bad. I don't think, anyway. Sure beats. I think Las Vegas is supposed to hit 107 today, maybe.
I don't know. It's too depressing to look.
Right. Hey Google, what's the weather forecast for Las Vegas? I spoke too quickly for it. Hey Google, what is the weather forecast for Las Vegas, Nevada?
In Las Vegas today, it'll be sunny with a forecasted high of 105 and a low of 75.
All right, 105 with a low of 75.
Retro night with BBC running Airplane and Ghostbusters.
Oh, nice.
Picked the wrong day to stop sniffing glue. I will say that the latest Ghostbusters with Melissa McCarthy and Chris Hemsworth as the assistant.
Yeah, Chris Hemsworth.
Yeah.
It's great that actors with the esteem of Chris Hemsworth can poke fun at themselves and play goofy roles. And
yeah, I think it's, I don't know that esteem is one of the, because
no?
Yeah, there's a lot of people that think the actors that do Marvel are one-trick ponies. Like, especially Chris Evans gets it a lot because everybody just sees him as Captain America or Johnny Storm. Was it the Flame On guy?
Oh yeah,
but
yeah.
He's
From
been in
Fantastic
so many
Four.
serious roles that people just overlook or don't think about it. But
Yep.
I think people get used to.
Well,
And
those
we're
are the
guilty
big,
of- yeah.
the big budget movies that gets all the ad and
Right,
coverage
right,
and everything.
yeah. But it is great that, you know, actors don't take themselves so seriously.
Yep.
You can have some fun things. The lower humidity for sure helps with pain. That's one of the reasons why I'm not a fan of going back east. We were in Florida for May and June, and that was absolutely miserable. That was Chris Pine, actually, that played Kirk's father in the Star Trek. There's so many
I think
Chris's.
Chris Pine played Kirk.
Oh, maybe you did.
Yeah, Chris Pine was Kirk.
Well, who was it? I'm gonna be mad if I didn't even know that Chris Evans.
Yep.
Okay, so that was. Oh no, you're fine. That was Chris Pine though. There's Chris Hemsworth, Chris Pine, and Chris Evans all. Although the best superhero right now is Deadpool. Technically not a superhero, but still. Alright, I'm gonna mute you guys because I'm gonna have a snack.
Yep. No wonder they're worried about fire out here. Yep.
Do we like Apollo 13 top page?
Yeah, it was pretty good. They did a good job showing the drama of that Apollo 13 mission. I also like Hidden Figures. That was really, really well done. And Astronaut Wives was really good too. It's a mini series. Astronaut Wives Club? Or just Astronaut Wives? I can't remember now. Anyway. That's funny. I've never heard of Gab, but it's been advertised a lot in Utah. Maybe it's a local Yeah, I think maybe it's a local MVNO that does all the filtering for the parents.
Possibly. I know they just have those little things that they hit the button and they can text message.
Right. MVNO, in case not everyone's aware, stands for Mobile Virtual Network Operator. And basically they do the value add, like super cheap services on top of Verizon or AT&T or T-Mobile, used to be Sprint. But they don't actually operate a network, they just contract with those other major carriers to supply their connectivity.
So like Cricket.
Yeah, Cricket, Virgin Mobile, what are some of the others? There's boatloads of them. The downside of them is generally you're locked to the parent carrier. So if you don't have signal on that parent carrier, you don't roam. So you have no service. Whereas if you're on the parent carrier, like directly on Verizon, then technically your phone could roam onto AT&T or T-Mobile if it needed to be able to still place phone calls. What's the new show as well about the Apollo era where it's an alternate reality where the Russians beat us to the moon? For All Mankind. Yeah, that one's really good too. Joel Kinnaman, really great actor. Really liked him in Altered Carbon a lot. Looks like our signal's holding up fairly well today so far. I'm guessing we have about 2 hours 20 minutes to St. George.
That sounds about right. Yep, 2 hour, 1 minute.
Cool. Little high wispy clouds, but overall fairly clear.
Okay, my mic's back. I didn't want to crunch Kind Bar in their ears.
Yep.
Miles to St. George. If you saw the video that we did when we didn't have the internet signal through Arizona, we did actually drive through some side roads in St. George.
Yep.
And I think it's Hurricane is the other. Maybe,
yeah.
Paul has a question with the Astro Shed. Do you pre-program it to watch the sky every night like one does a DVR, or do you stay up all night watching it live during special events?
So I actually pre-program it. I give it a list of the targets I want to shoot, how long of an exposure to take for each filter. So there's red, green, and blue filters, and it's a monochrome camera. And then how many of those exposures to take. And I can stack up a list of targets to last all night long, because some targets are, when it gets dark enough to shoot, they're not just rising, they're partway across the sky already. So I basically give it all that data and hit go, and then it waits, because based on the target and when the sun sets and everything, it knows when those targets become available. So it'll wait until that target is ready to shoot, and then it'll open the roof, slew to that target, take a test photo to see if it's if it's in the right spot or not, and adjust if needed. And it'll also, I can give it a rotation, so it'll rotate the camera to get the framing that I want for that target. So it'll rotate and do that. Then it'll adjust focus to make sure it's got pinpoint focus. And then it'll start taking the pictures I've dictated. So it's very much automated. It also continuously monitors weather conditions, so wind, if it's raining or if it gets cloudy, as well as if the sun is starting to come up. And if any of those conditions hit, then it'll actually close up the roof and park the scope and continue to monitor to see and check every 5 minutes or so to see if it's become safe to continue. And if it's safe to continue, it'll open up and resume where it was, or where it can, based on the new position of the items in the night sky. And the software that does all that stuff is called Sequence Generator Pro. There are other imaging software out there, and a lot of people use all the others, but bang for your buck, it's really tough to beat Sequence Generator Pro. It's only, I think, $100 for a license, whereas most of the others are multiple hundreds of dollars into the $1,000 range for some of them. So you really get a lot of really good benefits out of it. The one thing that it's kind of lacking on is an external API. It has one, but it's not super feature rich. I would prefer to be able to monitor what Sequence Generator Pro is doing, how far it is through a sequence, if it's actually imaging, if it's cooling the camera, and all that kind of stuff. And it just doesn't have quite that level of sophistication to the API yet. I'm trying to remember what I was wanting that for, that API. I had a specific use case in mind. I think it was something to do with the safety monitoring, but I can't remember now. Yep, happy to answer questions, Paul. Thanks for joining us on the stream. Can you grab my chapstick when you come back? Danke. There are some limits to Sequence Generator Pro's automation as well. It won't, thank you, it won't stagger targets. So, for example, if one sets, it doesn't have the capability yet to actually jump to the next one if it wasn't finished with that one. It'll just wait until that target is back visible and try to continue on. So there are some benefits to some of the other packages as far as automation goes. The other thing I don't think it does is it won't auto resume the next night. Like, it'll keep resuming the night that you tell it to image, but then the next night you have to click go again in order to basically to fire it so that it's waiting for conditions again, which is fine by me. I don't want it, I don't know. I might be okay with it doing fully automated multiple nights, but for right now I'm fine firing it each night.
Pete will be in Vegas for 2 months.
Yep. Planned departure is October 8th, I believe.
Yep. Then we're heading to Tennessee, then Kentucky through the new year. And
Then not quite sure.
yeah, playing it by ear. I know Michael wants to go back down to the Space Coast, which I'd be okay with, provided winter goes all right with cold and all of that triggers for the flares. We may have to head back to a drier climate.
Yep. You may not be able to get any RV spots in Florida at that time of year.
So far, we've not had anything, and we're on 2 waiting lists, so
Yep.
see what happens. You don't like lollipops. See? Told you. I think this one had the wrong wrapper on it. It says it's supposed to be blue raspberry, but it's lemon.
Really?
Yeah.
Yeah, that seems a bit of a stretch.
And it's yellow instead of blue. But in my mouth, I was like, wait a minute. You know when you think you're like, I'll drink a Coke and then finish it and then have my tea handy and take a drink, and I'm expecting Coke.
Yep.
So,
It's a kind of a shock.
Yeah. Some wild horses or free range horses.
Yeah.
Free range is a big thing when we have the wide open spaces.
Yeah.
They just brand the animals and have actual cowboys.
Looks like there's a bump right
Okay.
here.
They get a lot of snow. That was a chain up area for
Yep.
putting chains on your tires.
There's a white Model X with a bike carrier.
I also have to order groceries for today or tomorrow. Probably tomorrow, since we're having dinner delivered. I'm really grateful that we have those options. Like, if we lived in a really small community,
Oh, yeah.
it would make it much more difficult. And also that we have the freedom to move to a different area for weather reasons or health reasons. I'm thinking some of this scrub over here is from fire.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, when we get past the internet, you can see how it's yellow grass and then it's all burnt out.
Oh, yeah.
And
Yeah, I don't know.
we passed a
Could
couple
be.
out that way too.
Sorry, buddy.
No. Louie, hey.
Hey, Kumo, thanks for joining us. Can you read Kumo's comment?
Oh wow, nice feed, y'all. Taking me back to RV riding to Kings Canyon with grandparents in the Winnebago. Good.
Oh, nice.
Augusto. There are some free wild horses in North Carolina at the Outer Banks.
Yep.
Yep. Yeah, the
Those are
Assateague and the Chincoteague, and then Oak Island or Ocracoke.
Yep.
There's wild horses at Ocracoke. Oh, Corolla to the north and Shackelford Banks.
cool.
There are some free red wolves roaming around Columbia County between
North Carolina.
North Carolina, sorry, between the Outer Banks and what's the next one there?
I'm not sure. It definitely looks like that could be fire damage.
Yeah, it's just east of Manio, and there's a red wolf coalition there.
Hey, our GPS feed is keeping up with us now.
They do a lot of outreach, and the lady that runs it, her name is Kim.
Yeah, Red Wolf Coalition.
Yeah, used to volunteer. So when we lived in Hampton Roads, I would go down once a month, and actually I volunteered with the Wildlife Service, and there was a ranger there. I can't remember her last name, but her first name was Diane, and she was trying to filter things and sort through things in her office, but she didn't have a whole lot of time. So I would drive down once a month, we would have lunch, she would fill up the back of my Jeep with files and things that needed to have all the multiple copies dwindled down, and I would organize it and take the organization back up to her and swap out again. I'm glad Mary's feeling better, Red Jag. I'm doing better than I was when we stopped, but still not my usual. Red Jag says going to have the coach weighed today, maybe figure out proper tire pressure according to Michelin. Good deal.
Nice. For anyone on the stream who may not be familiar with driving large vehicles, when you're driving your car around, most people tend not to pay much attention to the curve signs where it says to drop down, like on this interstate just back there, it said that curve was 65 miles an hour, because most cars and trucks, you can take those curves a lot faster than that, even at the full speed limit most of the time. But when you're driving something big like this, you really have to pay attention to those speed suggestions for the curves. Otherwise, you could roll your vehicle or at least drift out of your lane or cause a lot of breakage inside if things come flying out of cabinets and such. So we really pay a lot of close attention to those speed suggestions for the curves and such. We've hit a couple that were not marked. Actually going through Phoenix, there's a really bad curve in Phoenix coming, I think it's on, I don't know, I can't remember now.
The one that splits Tempe from Phoenix, and you make that hard right.
Yeah, you make a hard left and then come across and another hard right.
And that's the interstate.
Yeah, so that's on the interstate. We hit that going the speed limit, and I did not know that we were going to make it through it all the way.
The dishwasher and a couple other drawers came out and got back there and got those put back in, and then when we went around the other one, and there was no reason to believe, I mean, we saw 18-wheelers and everybody, and so we went around the other one to the right, and desk drawers came out, and so.
Yeah, and you can't just slam on the brakes to slow down in those curves, because then you pitch. Yeah. And become a little, and then
everything comes from
more
the back.
Uncontrolled. Yeah.
Kumo says windy conditions also, never understand it until you are in your high profile rig.
Yes, windy conditions definitely impact high profiles a lot.
And Red Jag says it also causes undue stress on your tires and airbags if you're going that fast or
Yep.
going too fast. It does. There's like a finesse to figuring it out. Speaking of Mercedes Sprinters,
Yep. We actually saw a cement truck that was laid over on its side because it took an on-ramp curve too quickly. That was in Colorado Springs while we were staying at JB's.
Yep. We were on our way after dinner.
Yep.
We had a detour.
I suspect he was loaded with concrete, which means that truck is useless.
Pretty much. Unless they're going to do a remake of Mythbuster.
Right?
Actually, I think it was mango, not lemon.
Ah,
Got that.
popsicle or the lollipop
Yeah, the lollipop. The dum dum.
dum dums.
With the one of the lovely symptoms of fibromyalgia is super dry mouth. So. Looks like they're splitting it up and making bigger.
Yeah, wider lanes. Yep, the speed on the map is now tracking a lot better. I think I had it set to update way too frequently, so it was queuing up a bunch of changes.
Kumo asks, are you using data for the stream? What service provider?
Yes, we actually have multiple service providers. We have 2 AT&T modems and 2 Verizon modems, and I'm using a service called Speedify, Speedify, to aggregate all 4 of those together at the same time.
Oasis Hotel in Mesquite, $18 a room. I don't know that I'd be willing to risk my life for $18
Yeah,
a room.
that doesn't
kind
seem-
of savings. And you get bed bugs, and you get bed bugs.
Yeah, at $18 a night, I have a hard time believing they can pay help to actually clean them efficiently. And
Red Jag says Mary keeps ice to suck on while on the road, dry mouth. Yeah, I have a crown that has a cold sensitivity, so I'm hoping that the dentist that performed it here can do a little something about it. Machete, we do have an AC on the car hauler. How often do we use that? Not when we're going down the road.
No, it's not on while we're going down the road, although, we have power back there to be able to do it, and inverters and such, but in parks where we have the car hauler with the coach, I'll go back there and work on stuff, or work from back there just to give Linan a break, or I'll work on projects, something I'm building or tinkering with, I'll have back there. And then more recently, Linan has started learning how to sew, so I've set up her sewing center back there, and we use it sometimes for that.
on the $18 hotel, Kumo says don't turn on a black light.
Right.
Oh, yeah, no.
Yeah.
We stayed, after my mother had a stroke, we left from, was it Newport News? We lived at Yorktown. So we left from Yorktown to get to Carlsbad, New Mexico. And we were pretty much just hauling balls the whole way there. But at one point we got so exhausted, I think it was Tallahassee.
Yeah.
Some town in
Tuscaloosa,
Alabama.
Yeah.
Yet another reason why we're not fans of Alabama.
We stayed at a La Quinta Inn.
And we basically didn't take anything in but the pets. We just fell into bed. And when we got up in the morning,
it was nasty.
It was nasty. And then the manager tried to give us a free night stay at a La Quinta, like, nah.
Nah, we're good.
Not gonna happen. So. Something similar happened at the Flamingo in Las Vegas when it was a Valentine's Day weekend. My cousin and her daughters, we did a girls thing, and the bedroom part of the hotel room was great, but in the morning when we started taking turns in the bathroom, the first person to try to get in the shower, there was hair all over the tub, a dirty wash rag. It was like they just closed the shower curtain and left it, so it is a little gross.
Somebody's doing some roofing.
Looks like an old till. Is that like a steam-powered tiller or something?
Looks like maybe a plow or something. Pleasantly surprised again so far with our internet connection. It's held up really well today so far.
John says, are you in southern Utah now?
Yes, I guess you could call it southern Utah.
Yeah, pretty much. Southwestern-ish. We're not in the Canyonlands or Bryce Canyon, any of the cool parts. I guess that could be taken, are you in or run? You're in southern Utah.
Right, run, you're in southern Utah.
123 miles to St. George. Depending on when Michael wants to stop to eat. That's maybe there or sooner.
Yeah, probably there's gonna be good.
Red Jag, do you have a camera on the rear of the car hauler? I know you have one inside to see the Tesla.
I don't have one on the rear of the car hauler yet, but that is on the to-do list. I do have one on the rear of the coach. Let's see here. Although it looks like it might not be. Oh, yep, there it is. It's turned a little crooked. The trailer is not riding that far sideways, so I need to adjust that, but
traffic use flashers.
Yep. All right.
You're my person.
Sorry, we just got passed by Lincoln, so
We had to do
had a
the
little McConaughey action.
I saw it. I don't know if it was somebody's comment or something, but it was a funny on Twitter, and the person said, "I just got kicked out of a flat earthers group because I asked if this COVID situation was sending them over the edge." It made me smile. Then there was another one I saw that somebody in a flat earther group said, "I'll see you around," or traveling around the world, something like that. Like, you don't see the issue with that. Just
Yeah, sure thing, Kumo.
thanks. We're gonna
Thanks.
try socially distanced and just hanging out. The big benefit to Vegas is secure, like a consistent, rather high-speed internet.
And good provision access.
That too. But after Montana, I'm ready for the more GBs.
Yep. Yep, the speed is keeping right along with what we're doing now, so.
Good. We got a crazy grade coming up.
Yep.
5%. Where was it that there was an 8% grade? Was that
Oh.
West Virginia?
No, I think maybe Colorado.
Yeah, I think going through like the Vale,
Yeah.
that little corridor.
Yeah,
That
those were
was
some
terrifying.
crazy
Yeah.
grades, yeah.
When I was in high school, we had to, we were heading to the second tour in Germany, and we were in Virginia visiting my dad's family, and we were on our way to Ohio. So we were going through West Virginia on the turnpike, and the car that we had was fully loaded down. It was a 1980 Buick Regal, and this was in 1989, so it had a couple 100,000 miles on it. And West Virginia, you go down and straight back up again. And so my mom and I were in the Buick, and she was just letting it go for all it could on the way down so we could get back up the hill. And ended up getting pulled over. She got a ticket, but we were at the bottom of the, right there. So it took us quite a bit to get up and over that mountain. She was none too pleased. Machete says, stop at PDI in St. George, pick up Big Boss Performance Tuner, will help hills, and on the mileage, I take my coaches there for upgrades.
Huh. I'll have to look into that.
Yeah, St. George is like an hour and a half away, or 2
Yeah.
hours away. It's a pretty easy drive. We've gone up there just to stay for the week to visit with friends. I think we met at the Bots there, right?
Yep.
Yeah.
Then they went to Valley of Fire, and then they came to Vegas
Right.
to
that's
hang out with
right.
us.
What's your favorite natural area in the Vegas area? Like,
Me?
yeah, like Lake Mead or Valley of Fire, out towards Nipton. That's California though, but.
Valley of Fire or Red Rock Canyon. I like both of those a lot.
If I could breathe, I like up at the top of Mount Charleston. I have to take my oxygen when we go. It's I think it's 11,000 feet at the very peak, so it's about 9-ish at the visitor center at the top. Does that sound right?
Probably 9 to 10,000. I thought I was going to get around him a little quicker, but got a car coming up on us now. Cashews handy?
Yep. And jerky.
Ooh.
And I got a bowl.
I could have both?
Mm-hmm.
Yay, I'll do both. Hi, Jim. What was fuel savings on the TSD since you've had it? Well, generally it's...
I will look that up for sure.
Okay. Yeah, generally it's probably in the 8 to 10% range. Or 8 to 10 cents. Sorry, 8 to 10 cents off the gallon. But during the beginning of the pandemic, it was a lot higher savings. I think in one spot we almost saved 50% off our fuel. But this trip hasn't been very good at all. We only saved
$5.
Yeah, $5 total on a fill up on the first run, and then it wouldn't activate the pumps at the place we stopped at there in Nephi. So we ended up using our Flying J card there. All in all, I'd still say it's worth getting, but don't expect the crazy savings that we got when we were driving during the pandemic. Danke. Jim, the only downside I see to the TSD card is if you're one of those people that likes to get all the points on your credit card, then it's not going to work for that because they link it directly to a checking account.
There's a speed trap ahead.
Machete, the other place that's good to get away from the heat, oddly enough, is I don't remember the name of the road, but you'll pass, it's in Arizona, north of Searchlight, and there's a little ghost town there called El Dorado Mine, and if you go east past it, it ends up to like a cliff overlooking the Colorado River. And even when it's crazy hot, the gusts of wind that are coming up through the canyon from Colorado River just cool everything off. We went there in April or May, and it was in the high 90s, and got a little chilly sitting there. Springs is a good day trip, not necessarily in the summer. We do too. It's just, I don't know, off the beaten path. You get out of the house, drive around a little bit. We actually didn't play the game, Kim, the second time because the card,
We were beat. This is why we didn't do it. We ended the stream before we got fuel.
Oh, that's true. Sorry. But then we didn't even keep track of how much savings we made or whatever because the card didn't work. So, but we were pretty exhausted. All right. So the question was the average of all overall. Approximately what's been the savings? Okay. Let's see.
So yes, you can link it in as your payment card at Love's. I don't know that it would give you any more discount, but it would get you whatever benefits the Love's card gets.
So on the 30th of April, the discount we received was $189.28 on that one fill-up, and our price was $177, so it was more than
50%. Wow.
So that was 4 fill-ups, and that's over $300 worth of savings. There's another 400.
I think that was at a TA or a Love's.
Yeah. That was at a Love's for $189 savings. And then the next fuel up, we had $100 savings, so that was also 50% off. And yeah, so it's been, at the beginning, historically, 50% or more savings off the tank.
Yeah.
And we've saved to date over $650.
And we've only had it a year.
Yeah.
And we
we've only
forgot to
used,
use it for the first
yeah.
4 months.
And we've only used it for 8 fill-ups.
Yeah. Do we usually get DEF at the pump or carry a jug? We always get DEF at the pump. We never carry a jug. DEF is very hydrophilic. It'll absorb water and become diluted over time. And in the jug, it's like 2 or 3 times more expensive than it is at the pump per gallon. So we always fill it up at the pumps.
Chetty says he wishes the DEF fill was closer to the fuel fill, since we have to pull up to get the DEF tank.
Oh, yeah, I'm not sure on his where it is. Tiffin, for a while, the DEF tank was on the passenger side, whereas the fuel fill was on the driver's side, and the DEF, fill pump was on the driver's side at most truck stops. So a lot of people have problems in those older motor coaches getting it filled up, but I don't remember what year, but at some point Tiffin shifted the DEF tank over to the driver's side. So now whenever I get finished filling the fuel, when we're getting ready to get deaf, I just have Linnea pull forward until I tell her to stop. Then I'll fill the deaf, and then we'll pull on out. So it's marginally inconvenient, but way better than dealing with jugs of deaf.
I'm glad you like it, Jim. It's pretty expansive for sure. The view is impressive.
Yeah, Utah in general is extremely picturesque. Oh, it does. There's a hashtag on those Gab billboards,
phone.
First phone. Yeah, so I'm guessing it's one of the reduced capability phone. Seven miles left in Utah.
Augusto says the bots coach, the fuel tank is on the driver's side and deaf tank is on the passenger side.
Oh, is it? I thought his was on the driver's side as well. But yeah, that's very inconvenient.
Right?
Huh?
Theirs is 2014.
Yeah, it's a 14. So I'm not sure if they started putting it on the correct side, in 15 or 16, but ours is a 16 and it's on the driver's side. That was also another drawback of going to the higher powered engine. The Freightliner chassis had the DEF tank back on the passenger side.
My little Vapo inhaler thing, clear my sinuses. They're just not as strong as I remember them being. They don't really knock you over.
They probably figured out the stuff that made it strong was cancerous or something.
Yeah.
That's just speculation. I'm not saying that that's what happened.
Right, yeah.
Just clarifying. Going up another hill. Get our climbing lane here in a bit.
Yeah, my ears are popping.
And somebody stopped in a hurry.
Red Jag, my DEF and fuel is on both sides. Fuel is up front and DEF is behind the drive wheels. Ours,
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, our fuel is on both sides, but DEF is on the driver's side all the way at the back of the coach. It's actually behind the radiator.
I think he's saying he has options on driver and passenger for both. He says,
Yeah.
Yeah. Kim, isn't that the truth? Everything is cancerous in the end.
Yep.
Michael's stepdad and his mom both are retired PAs, and he was we were talking to him about COVID and different illnesses, and he said, well, you know, everybody has cancer cells, and just kind of way to be hopeful. It's just a matter of if they dissipate on their own, I guess, or just keep on trucking.
Well, yeah. If we if they stay tame or if they start going crazy.
Yeah. I think it's good to have medical staff in your family, so like you go on WebMD a little bit too much, they'll reel you back in. Alright, go get him. You want up in the sun? Ready? Good girl. She in the view?
Not much. You can just see her ears. We love you, Big T. Okay. $6,500 feet at the summit. It's a little snow truck.
Where are you going now? Watch
They
the
got
wires.
shady.
Watch the wires. You coming down? Come here. Good girl. Oh, Daddy's lap wins. Dog is our co-pilot.
Yep. She's usually asleep at the wheel though.
Yeah, she is. Kim says it's hard to see your map on my smartphone. Are you climbing into Cedar City? Let's see. We are Paragona, Parawan. Yes, we are climbing into Cedar City.
Chat up there.
Oh. On my 2021 Cornerstone, I have fuel and DEF fill on both sides, but fuel is up front and DEF is in the back. I wish both were together, so when truck stop is real busy, I pump DEF in 5 gallon and dump in liter. Oh, later.
Yeah, I mean, even if the truck stop's busy, the trucks fuel the DEF and then fuel and then put in DEF separately. So it's really,
There's a speed trap ahead.
in my opinion, it's not adding that much time just to pull forward, just to throw it in there. You got to do what you got to do.
And the other thing, oftentimes the truck that's in front of you pulls forward to go in and pay or
Yep.
go do something. So there's enough buffer time that we're not just parked there.
Yeah,
Which
it's not
we
like
have-
we're
yeah.
slides out eating a meal or something at the
Right.
pump.
Well, we were in Montana. We had just arrived. We were fueling up in Missoula, and you guys may remember there was a flatbed truck filled with beehives.
Yes.
And they were not happy. And he pulled forward and then got out of his truck and just went in, and we
Must have.
Yeah.
It seemed like he was gone for half an hour.
Because he was up there before we actually got to the pump, and then we filled, and then we pulled forward, filled death, and everybody that was walking between the trucks to get to the store, that, you know, flailing about because the honeybees were not happy.
Yep.
One guy was flailing about so much he knocked his Bluetooth off, and
Yep. I'm surprised rigs have def on both sides now. The tank isn't really that big, so I don't know why they need the fill on both sides. We rarely use our passenger side fill for the fuel because it's, I guess, the shape of the throat of that fill area. It doesn't kick off the pumps very quickly, so we always end up getting just tons of fuel spilled over the side of the coach.
Thanks, the girls are finally waking up, having breakfast, watching on the phone till they get the 80-inch fired up. Wow, 80-inch. We must be huge. They're sad you're stopping today, as we won't be going out till you leave. But we're talking about doing like a weekly or bi-weekly, maybe not a fireside chat, but you know, when we go out for a drive, you guys can tag along through Valley of Fire or down towards Searchlight. That motorcycle
guy is got a death wish.
Yeah, he just does not care.
And he's just riding right in front of that guy's bumper. Man.
Machete says he's never used the passenger side here either. So.
Yep. The time or two that I've used it has usually been when we were way down on fuel and the pump was going extremely slow. So I fired both of them up to try to get it filled quicker. And then I did it at that weird gas stop that we did on the way up to Montana.
Oh yeah, the janky one in Idaho Falls.
But it blew. That one didn't shut off at all. I had to actually jump in and grab the handle to turn it off because it was just blowing fuel all over the place.
That one was in desperate need of a parking lot repair. They had a couple of holes that we just kind of dipped right down into, and he's still just right in front of that rig.
Is he?
Yeah.
I saw a car come in between. I thought he'd moved ahead.
The shadow doesn't look big enough to be a car, but I could be wrong.
I only see the shadow of the truck and the snow thing he's towing.
Yeah. I don't know if you guys can see ahead the red coloring of the mountains. There's just to the left of, like, you'll see a big barn, and then just to the right of the big barn, woo, hello.
Sorry.
There's, you can see the level of red, and then there's a band of white. And when it's not hazy, it is very impressive. Kim says the girls would enjoy that. I had kind of got the idea of just pulling the dash footage from the little drives that I usually take, but once I put it out there into the universe and ask people if they wanted to do, you know, if they would enjoy that, the flare really kicked in. So I've not really been going off on my walkabouts. Yeah, he must be gone now because that big coach or that big rig
Yeah.
just came over.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure he pulled on away.
Only got 3 minutes till Vegas, or 3 hours. 3 minutes. I wish that'd be awesome.
Yeah.
Pete says, DEF on passenger side, carry 2 3-gallon DEF containers, 2 5-gallon DEF containers with electric pump.
Wow.
There's a rest area up here if you need it, just FYI.
I don't really need it, but what time? Oh, it's only almost 11.
Yeah, and you just had jerky and cashews.
Yep.
So. And all the babies are asleep. They got some tensies.
Cool.
I had no choice. I went back to refill my tea, and Emma came in, bossing me around.
None. Just got a astronomy shop having a sale email. Yay, more road work. Averaging 6 miles per gallon today. 6.9 instantaneous. Relatively level and a little bit of drafting on this snow truck.
Do we use AccuWeather on our Google phones through the Google Play that you have? Do you have that going?
I have AccuWeather on my phone.
Okay, it says that after 20th September 2020, Google Play Pass will no longer be active for AccuWeather. You'll
Okay.
still be able to use the app, but the ads will be included.
Okay. Yeah, I don't. Yeah. I mean, it's there. I don't use it a ton, but
Okay.
I didn't even know it was part of the
Google Play.
Google Play.
Ooh. I'm gonna get the grocery order put in for pickup for tomorrow,
Okay.
so I won't be looking up very much for that.
I wonder if for the people with DEF on the passenger side only, if you could rig up a hose that slid tightly onto the DEF pump outlet, the nozzle, and then just loop it around and put it in your tank. It'd probably make filling it a two-person job, one person running the handle and one person holding it in the tank, but it may be easier and less stuff to keep on board than all the tanks and a pump and such. I don't know if the nozzle would let that work though. I don't think it would. I think it would keep kicking off if you did that, but I'm not sure. If I remember correctly, I think the auto kickoff on those things is based on there's a vent line in the nozzle that has to be able to suck air basically from inside the tank while you're fueling, or inside the neck. And once that gets blocked, it kicks the handle off. So that may not work with a extension tube.
Getting car sick, so no grocery shopping.
Okay. Yep, 22 miles to Cedar City. Can you read what Kim wrote?
On my little Gasser 454 Chevy, I have very limited dashboard. Saw OBD Bluetooth to display all functions. Your thoughts? Dave says it wouldn't work. Some already asked that question on his last drive.
Okay. Yeah, the OBD2 Bluetooth things, those work pretty well and are relatively inexpensive. The app I use on Android devices to view that type of data is called Torque, Torque. They have a free version and a paid version, I think, in the Android store. Not sure what options are available on iOS, but I'm sure there are some. What the little snow truck is doing this far south.
Probably going up to one of those ski resorts in the Dixie Mountains, or maybe even Charleston. Somebody bought it. Snowcat, is that what they're called?
Yeah, Snowcat. I think that's the right name.
Yeah, it is weird to think about ski resorts in the desert.
Yep.
You okay?
Yeah, just a little itch. Another email from Cox. I didn't see what the full details were, but I'll check it when we get stopped up here. I think it's just a welcome to your service type thing. Oh, looks like the generator started at some point.
I think I might be keeping the Kindle Unlimited plan that I got the 3 months for.
Okay.
Next month it's going to start rolling over. It's $9.99 a month, but currently they have way more unlimited options to read the book rather than, I mean, before, when I was signed up maybe 3 years ago, it was, Lewis Carroll's Alice in Wonderland was free to read. Like,
And that was about it.
Yeah, like it's free to read everywhere. It's an open EPUB. You can just
Yeah.
download it from Gutenberg, but the other thing is cool with some of the unlimited books, it offers free audio from Audible. So I can listen to it and retain more.
Cool. Yeah, we're kind of slacking on our audiobooks.
I blame you all.
Yeah, it's all your guys' fault. I think we'd get copyright strikes if we tried listening to it. Yeah.
I was going to say the same thing. And just share the book and say, okay, start time is at this. Everybody, you start your copy.
Right. I could probably figure out some sort of audio subtraction scheme where it combines our microphone with what it knows it's playing and subtracts out what it knows it's playing. I'm sure there's a device for that.
It sounds like it's more work.
Yeah, it probably is.
So, what have you all been doing to keep the hunker down blues at bay? I know we talked about TV and movies yesterday.
Well, Machete's been out fishing, so.
Well, yeah, fishing. There you go. That's socially distanced. Hopefully for the fish. Yeah, that's a bad day. So will it not work? David says it wouldn't work. Is that it just wouldn't work on David's coach, or?
No, I think it's because of what I was talking about, where it constantly kicked the handle, kicked the pump off. There's likely a way you could jerry rig a vent line around that or something, but it's probably not worth the headache at that point. So one of the things I did while we were in Montana, Tesla, I reached out to find out if I could upgrade. Well, let me start. Our Tesla is a 2017, so it had autopilot hardware version 2, and the main control unit, or MCU, which is the big center glass screen and the computer behind it, was version 1. There's now MCU version 2 and autopilot hardware version 2.5, and then they moved up to autopilot hardware 3. Since we already paid for the full self-driving feature, the autopilot 3 hardware upgrade to version 3 was free. But I also wanted to upgrade our MCU to version 2 because version 1 has, number one, it's just slow, and there's a lot of missing features that version 2 has. So a lot of the Tesla Theater stuff where you could watch Netflix or YouTube while you're sitting charging, stopped someplace, and all the games and stuff that it provides, that none of that is available on version 1. And then also it had Sentry mode, but it was just basically like an alarm system, but it didn't have the ability to record from the cameras like a dash cam style feature. So I paid to upgrade MCU 1 to version 2, and while they did that, they upgraded the autopilot to hardware 3. So I got all that done while we were in Montana. The only downside was the closest service center that is able to do that from where we were in Kalispell was Spokane, Washington. So it was a 3.5-4 hour drive. And so I ended up leaving Thursday afternoon, getting to the supercharger in Coeur d'Alene, Idaho. Yep. And charged up there, and then spent the night there, slept in the car, then drove the rest of the way in to Spokane the next morning for the appointment. And then once they had it finished, I drove back. So we have now Autopilot 3 and MCU 2, which does let us have all the features and everything, and it does more advanced autopilot capabilities already. So it does red light and stop sign recognition. It does more recognition of items around. So like these yellow side markers on the interstate, it would recognize those. It'll recognize mailboxes and trash cans. It recognizes the turn lanes and turn signs in the road, the painted on turn indicators. So it's pretty cool, and it's also has enough overhead capability left on the processor to do full self-driving once they get that software complete.
So there's a rest area in 25 miles.
Okay.
And there's nothing else, like just a random pull-off until Arizona.
Okay.
Or sorry, Nevada. So if you want to stop at that one and stretch your legs.
Yeah, we'll do that. Yep.
To 24 miles.
Okay.
So in 24 miles, we'll be stopping for bio breaks and food, and then pushing on to Las Vegas, which I keep checking myself because in my head I'm like, and we're almost home.
Right. It does feel more like home than any other place that we've been right now.
Yeah. Although I will say, as horrific as it was, the month of March in Vegas, the quarantine and shelter in place, the lack of airport noise, and there's a motorcyclist, and every morning that we've ever been in Vegas, except for Sunday mornings,
you can hear him rip down the street.
And it's like a Ducati or something. It's a very annoying, and he just rips down Blue Diamond on his way to work. Kim says, we always enjoy the Loves on the north side of Cedar City. It's new and large.
Huh.
See which one comes first.
I'm sure Cedar City does.
Yeah, Cedar City does come first. Well, let me go in and make sure this rest area is not a car only. Nope, they have lots of truck parking. Well, that's interesting. So the Google Earth of this rest stop that we're going to stop at, Canaraville southbound on I-15, there are several 18-wheelers parked in the truck parking, and then there's another one that looks like the satellite picture caught it. It's down the hill half the way.
Like it was going on the on-ramp?
No, like it jumped the curb and started heading on down
wow.
Not heading towards the interstate at all. Yeah, and looks like there's a creek down there. That was a bad day. Would we go back to Kalispell? We would, but it would be in May or June. It gets crazy crowded, even during a pandemic. It was just unreal, the amount of traffic. The RV park was almost always full, except for a couple of Wednesday, Thursday kind of days. The day before they opened up the Going to the Sun road at the Glacier Park, the Walmart parking lot was full of trailers and campers, and they had their yard set up with patio furniture and
In the Walmart parking lot.
in the Walmart parking lot, just camped out for the season. So I will say that we arrived at the end of May, the first part of June, and driving up through Polson and then Flathead County, there were so many lilacs in bloom, and the air smelled so good. So I definitely would want to be there during that time again.
I think if we go back up that direction, we'll probably stay in Polson.
Yeah.
Just to get a little bit different area to explore.
Yeah, and the RV park, the motorcoach park that we drove through to check out, the views are stunning. It's kind of up on a ridge, and it looks out over Flathead Lake. So Kim says that rest area is also nice, very large, open, large community area, some nice dog areas. Good to know. Thanks.
Cool.
I always try to do the satellite top-down view to make sure that if you could see a pothole from space, it's probably not the place we need to be stopping. So
Right.
I try to. Although I don't know, are the satellites, does that technically count as space, or is that just near
No, they're
Earth
space.
orbit?
No. I mean, it's technically space, yeah.
Okay. Just not the far reaches. It's not like Voyager.
No. It's not deep space.
Yeah.
Have you checked the fuel price at the TA?
$2.12
Oh, cool.
as of this morning.
Right.
Well, hello, Puddin'.
Bumps.
Mm-hmm.
Sorry.
Okay. Just shifting your weight. All right. Chetty agrees. Polson Motorcoach and RV is beautiful. That's the one we drove through.
Yep.
Yeah, there was another one there right behind it. It was in a Jellystone.
It was a KOA.
A KOA. So it looks like it's got the same entrance, but it's two different entities as far as I know. And there's another one there that we would fit in, but we didn't drive through. I think we passed, the road was a little bit of off to the side, out of the way, and I think we drove by it. The thing about working, and it always seems like we're going to be there long enough to do all the things we want to do. But then work comes up, being on call, having chores to do on the weekend, and like the plan was at some point to rent a small boat and go out on Flathead. We were going to drive Going to the Sun, but about the time that we were getting ready to go, the park issued a statement because the east side of the park is not open. It's butted up against Blackfoot Nation, the reservation there, and they decided to close everything down, which is understandable and commendable. So now all has to come back down on the same road. And before it was, you may encounter a handful of cars passing you, but now, for every vehicle. And they were having problems with a lot of like scraping alongside, knocking mirrors off, and I did that. We were going to skip that. That's not worth the anxiety and the stress. It doesn't make for an interesting drive when you're freaking out over other people. The other one that we had, other RV park that we had reservations at, we were heading there in April, was Pacific Shores Motorcoach Resort in Newport, Oregon.
Yep.
It actually is up on the cliff overlooking the Pacific Ocean, and there are about 15 spots that you pull in so your big picture window looks out and there's nothing in front of you. It's just
But the ocean.
but the ocean and the lighthouse. So we had plans for that, but 2020.
Pandemic chose otherwise.
Yeah. I'm just going to call it 2020 because that's pretty much the pandemic. That's
Yep.
I think the one place that we haven't called in earnest in Florida to get reservations, I think it's called Grand Oaks, and it's kind of like Kentucky Horse Park. There's a big stable there, and they have horse events. And friends of ours, the Nelsons, have stayed there, and it's nice and big rig friendly. I guess they have a lot of horse haulers, so they gotta have some long spots for that. We had stayed at Kentucky Horse Park for a while, but at the time they
Yep.
did not have, was it dumps? We
Yeah,
to-
you had to pull off of your site to go dump tanks. While we were there, somebody decided to pop the cap on what he thought was a sewer drain and dump right by his site. And come to find out, that was actually the water tank reservoir feeding his water.
They were not happy about that when we let them know that, hey, is
Nope.
this, does that site have a dump and we don't? Because we would like to have a dump.
I think at the time too, they only had 30 amp service.
That sounds about right as well. That was 2007 and 8.
Early 2007, yeah, or late 2007.
Yeah, September. We're 15 miles from the west stop.
Okay.
Red Jag, yeah, the speed limit, it's kind of scary how high it gets out here, but wide open, you don't really have a lot of on and off ramps where people are sneaking in. I think it was just recently that Montana even put in a speed limit on some of their roads.
It's been a few years now, yeah. The highest speed limit we've seen was actually in West Texas. It gets up to 85 miles an hour there.
That's the other thing that a lot of people back east.
Want a paint sample? I can probably reach it.
No, I'm good. Thank you, though. Oxidized red is just not in my future.
It's not your,
Not my color.
no, not your forte, huh?
Yeah. You go back east and you tell people that you're coming back east, but you got to drive through Texas. And they're like, oh, okay, so what? You're going to be here in 3 days? No, we might get across Texas in 3 days. They just don't have that concept of how vast everything is out here. Something on your side window going to hit you on the head. Oh, yep. Thank you. I ignore it.
It's a trim ring.
Yeah, it's a trim ring, and it's double-sided. It's Velcro on each side, but the glue from the heat has given way, and we keep saying we got to do something, but then the nightshade comes down, and we don't think about it until we're on the road again. But good call. Thank you very much. I thought they were talking about the wire that was dangling.
Yeah.
Feet. Come
Bye.
here.
Bye-bye.
Come on. We'll stop soon. You can go potty. It'll be all right.
No. Okay.
Huh?
Just a strange billboard.
Oh, yeah. Dad jokes rule.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then it was like fatherhood.gov or something. I don't know. It was just... Not entirely certain why they're advertising, why they need to advertise that.
I don't know. It's probably like a service to help you be a better dad. John. Oh, thank you, Machete. I didn't want it to get me either. I appreciate it. John says, West Texas, I-10 between El Paso and San Antonio, nothing there for a whole... I agree, yes.
Yep.
But when you're just between El Paso and I want to say like
Pecos?
Pecos, just after Pecos, that is just the most boring stretch of lane or stretch of road for me.
Yep.
And I think it's because living in El Paso, we were stationed there when I was in junior high, and always, going back east to visit family, that it's just
Nope.
mundane. I know, you gotta poop. It'll be okay. Like 7 minutes. Six minutes. See? Oh yeah, that was a good. We referenced Snowman yesterday and Fred the dog. Stopping at the Choke and Puke and getting a couple of burgers. So I know a story about Jerry Reed and Elvis Presley. Elvis Presley was doing a cover of Guitar Man, and Elvis and another guitarist in the studio could not figure out how to get a sound that Jerry Reed had done on Guitar Man. And so they brought him in and asked him, how do you do it? How do you make this sound? And he said, easy, I don't tune my guitar. And so here everybody's got perfect, tuned, and he just gets in there. So Elvis decided not to use the studio guitarist and asked Jerry if he would play on the song. So, because Jerry played out of tune, he actually got to be on the song as well. Screen is coming down again. Okay, let's see what we can do about this. Ah! It's really coming down. Okay, I think maybe we're...
Yeah, I probably just need to pull it down and...
But it's got sticky stuff on it. When we get up here, we'll pull it down.
Yep.
I don't know that it needs to be there. I don't know what it covers.
It just covers some screws that hold the window together, but yeah, it seems unnecessary in my opinion.
Well, I don't want to see the screws, so I don't think it's unnecessary. I think it just needs to be...
You can see the screws here?
Right over there. No, these are the screws you can see around the frame.
Okay, so what's it should hide?
I don't know. The Velcro part is stuck in really well. It's the plastic cover that's not behaving.
We'll get it knocked out.
Luckily, it's not heavy.
Yeah.
It's just like a little piece of cardboard with some leather wrapped around it.
Your folding money's coming, stowed. I don't know why that popped into my head.
I don't either. We thought yous was a horny toad. Isn't that what he says?
Yep.
Yep.
Man, that van is anyway. I'm a damn paterfamilias.
You in a tight spot?
Oh yeah, damn boys, we need a hot spot.
When your hair grows out, you can be a Dapper Dan man.
I could be.
Rest area is 1 mile, my love.
Yep.
Unfortunately, we can't point that way to look at those mountains for lunch.
Red Jag, yeah, Gorilla Glue would take care of that quick, fast, and in a hurry. And then we'd never get it off again.
I don't know that I would opt to have the full window again. I think I would rather have one that I could open up.
Really?
Yeah. Just when we're stationary to give.
But we always have these windows closed or covered.
You do.
Okay.
When you leave, I left them open so the cats could see outside, and
Okay.
I don't care if people look in. If they look in, they deserve the look or the view they get. Maybe duct tape, it fixes everything. Yep.
Man, these types of rest areas always bug me, where they have the trucks and RVs curve off instead of continue
Yeah,
straight.
but the cars get to go straight.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, that's not too bad of a
In
view.
a quarter mile, merge onto
That's not
I-15 south. In a quarter mile, merge onto I-15 south.
She is bossy. All right,
There
boys
we
and
are.
girls. Fluids.
Excuse me.
Oh.
All right.
You can see the fence. The fence is still not
Oh
down.
yeah. So that's
Yeah.
can you tell that in here? Yeah. So if you look in the feed,
Can
you see
have
that light?
Do the satellite view so they can zoom in?
No,
and you
I-
can see it. Okay.
Not right easily. There's that light pole, and just to the right of the light pole, you see the fence bows down away. That's where the truck had run off out into that little drop off, and that's in the satellite view of this location. If you go to the hour view link on the blog in the menu, below the live video feed is a map, and you can change that map to satellite view and zoom in if you want to check it out.
Or just Google the rest area on the map, whatever. Okay, so Fee first.
Okay.
She did not poo this morning.
A little stiff. Oh.
All right, Miss Thing, you gotta get off the counter. I gotta make lunch.
All right.
Oh,
I'm gonna mute my mic since I'm going outside.
Come on. Nope. She is so bossy. All right, let's go. Come on. Oh, I know. Come on. Hey, come here. Oh. Nope. All the way down. Since we live in such a small space, we don't try to keep the cats off the counters. I just wipe them down a lot. I never understood when I was younger how people would, it's like, why would you let your cat on your counter? And after living with cats, I realized you don't have a choice. Well, hello, speak of the devil. Come on, let's go. Let's go. Come on. Thank you. Don't. You know better. Come on. Let's go. Put up a little blockade, maybe, possibly. It's what I have to do in the morning for Louie. He tries to get up there and help me make breakfast. Make sure nothing's coming out of the refrigerator. That would be a bad day. chicken and a salad. When we were in the fifth wheel, you couldn't really get to the kitchen to do anything, so we always had like quick little snacks, pre-packaged things. But now it's pretty easy. We don't have to push out 4 slides or read what y'all are saying, but food first. Well, hello, little man. How are you doing? Did you go potty?
Yep.
Yay, both.
That fence, that's not from that truck.
Oh, it's not?
No, but there are 2 big ruts where his tires went off right there in front of us.
Oh, wow.
So it looks like he came in too hot off the interstate and couldn't get stopped. Or maybe his brakes failed.
Well, the one that was off on the map is up that way, so it wouldn't
Was
have
it?
been, yeah,
Oh.
it would have been like,
Maybe there's been multiples then.
yeah. I gave it a wee bit too much fuel. May not be having. A little slimy.
Yeah, 13 miles an hour. I think I need to tweak some code. Oh, that's what I was going to do. Let's look at that. Oh, the Velcro came off of the cover. I'll have to get my staple gun out and staple the Velcro to the wood frame because it's
Okay.
coming off of the wood frame.
we're having grilled chicken with a little bit of butter lettuce salad.
I'm putting this behind your chair until I get to the staple gun to fix it.
Bacon bits, little crumbled goat cheese, poppy seed dressing. Definitely beats Oscar Mayer Lunchables, which is, like I said, the junk food stuff we used to eat in the fifth wheel. Ouch. There you go.
Dankeschön.
Bitte. Go.
See if that fixes the speed here in a second. Hey, look at there. Code changes while I'm eating.
gonna unload the dishwasher before we get back on the road.
Okay.
Is your mic still hot?
Yes, it is.
And you're chewing?
Yeah.
Can everybody hear
I don't
that?
think I'm that loud.
Oh.
Hey, everybody out there, am I too loud eating? If so, I'll mute my mic.
Okay, I'm gonna mute mine. So what do you think caused that one to drop in that fence?
I don't know. Maybe a tree fell? How old are the cat and dogs? The dog is about 5? Wow. Louis, the older cat with the white across his face, 13. And then Emma is 9. Yeah, Emma, the other cat that has the full orange face, she's 9.
She isn't much back. A little Wilford Brimley going on. The only ice cream we have is strawberries.
Well, strawberry ice cream is fine too. I just didn't want that this morning. Oh, you haven't unloaded it yet. Sorry, that was loud. Or last night. I don't know. Whenever you offered it to me, I didn't want it just at that moment. Good girl.
All the really good flavors are popping up on the grocery sites for Vegas.
Cool.
The cherry chocolate chip.
Ooh, that's a good one. Gray white. We have a little travel trailer pulled up beside us. Oh, that reminds me, I should go check the car.
I got too much.
Too much.
Too much filler, not enough protein.
All right, I'll be back, guys. I'm going to mute while I'm going back there. Oh, I'll just send it to you and then you can just say accept.
I have to do the official.
Yeah, so that guy just pulling out, his escape window, evidently the latch for the escape window broke and his window started flapping out. So he stopped here to duct tape it closed. Okay, Mark is in your contacts. Oh, okay. Come here, buddy.
So strawberry ice cream.
Sure.
Don't have any whipping cream made. Mike could whip some up from time to time.
Nope, I don't need it. What are you doing, buddy? Yeah, I'm sure the view is great, but middle of nowhere part I'm not exactly keen on. Yeah, that's true too. Yeah. It's like strawberry cheesecake.
What?
Strawberry cheesecake flavor.
It's just Halo strawberry.
Ah.
This time tomorrow we'll have some Hex chocolate bars in the house.
Woohoo! Is your mic back on?
Huh?
Oh, your mic's not back on.
Not yet.
Okay.
Just banging lots of stuff around. Did you answer John whether or not we wanted to live in a house?
Yeah, we were laughing about that.
Oh. But he said you don't want to live in any house anywhere. Like that was a question. Oh no, okay, never mind. I got chocolate chips on mine. You want some?
No thanks.
Red Jag says somebody likes being in the middle of nowhere.
Yeah. Some people do.
That's why the houses are there. I like being in the middle of nowhere if I had high-speed internet and Amazon Prime. 2-day delivery.
Amazon same-day delivery would be
Or
awesome
same day,
too.
yeah.
So dishwasher's empty now?
Yes.
Okay.
I think that little more situated. I'm gonna take this back and
Okay.
can you mute me? I gotta go to the bathroom.
Yeah. Mute. There you go.
Okay.
Bitte. I'm gonna fill my water.
Lily's chocolate just doesn't cut it after Hex.
Yeah.
Very bitter.
All right. Almost ready to get back on the road. Ah, crap. I left my sunglasses somewhere. Okay, thank you. Done pushing. Done pushing.
Augusto, it is.
Your mic's not.
Oh, yeah, I forgot. It is nice, Augusto, going around and seeing different things, but.
He's saying living in that house must be nice.
Oh, I thought he meant like our house. Okay, never mind. I had my mic off and was away from the chat for a while, so.
You ready to roll?
Did you slam the door?
Yes. Maybe. Maybe not.
Nope, didn't even lock it. Okie doke. Now I think I'm ready. Oh.
Okay.
Ow, 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 ow.
You all right?
Yeah, I have my toe bending the way that it shouldn't be bending. That's no bueno. Are you? Oh, she's in her little crate now. I don't know. I think that might have been.
Yeah, there might have been another truck.
Yeah, that's the one, because this is right where.
Yep. So evidently, trucks going over that embankment is a little common here, because there's at least two. There's that one there where the fence was blown over, and then back almost directly in front of us, there were two big ruts out matching someone's tires where they hopped the curb and ran down over the.
That could have been our lunch view.
Oh yeah, that would have been nice.
You coming over, Fifi's? Hmm? Come on. You can do it. No? You're just going to stay there? Okay.
Whew.
Got her belly full.
Ready for a nap? Drive?
Continue on I-15 south for 164 miles.
Woot. 2 hours, 20 minutes, roughly, to the TA on Blue Diamond, where we're going to fuel before we pull into the Las Vegas Motorcoach Resort. Road work ahead, proceed with caution.
I did what you did yesterday. I didn't burp it before I
Oh yeah?
took a sip.
Spit at you?
Yep. You coming? Come on. Come here. Where are you going? Come here. Here. Come on. Fifi, come on. All right. I'm afraid she's going to get tangled in those wires. And
Yeah.
those tiny little frail legs. Yes. Well, come on. Good girl. Oh. Making a mess.
I think we've stopped at that rest area before.
Seems familiar. I don't know anymore. A lot of rest areas just kind of look the same.
Yeah.
Montana and Utah are on Mountain Time, and Vegas is on Pacific.
Yeah, Nevada is Pacific. Arizona is on Mountain Standard Time year round. It does not observe daylight savings time. So this time of year, because daylight savings is in effect for most of the U.S., its actual clock time aligns with Pacific daylight, but it's officially Mountain Standard all year round.
But in the winter, when you're staying at Rusty's and you try to go to Douglas to get groceries, which is in Arizona, you have to be mindful of what time they actually open, because there's an hour difference between Rodeo and Arizona, Rodeo, New Mexico.
That's in the summertime. That's during daylight savings time, which ends in November, which is why we hit it, because we went there in October.
Okay, that sounds right then. Never mind.
Yep.
I just know it's annoying.
Yes. So specifically, John, Montana and Utah are on mountain time. Yeah, you crisscross in and out of Arizona on 15. And you crisscross the Virgin River about 8 times, it seems like. Yeah, it's a little disconcerting. First time you go through there and you get those different signs. I highly doubt we'll have enough signal for the stream while we're down in the Virgin River area. If I remember right, it's pretty desolate on the cell signal.
Yeah, very narrow, so there's not a whole lot of room for there to be a cell tower to get any kind of...
Yep, narrow canyons.
Maybe next road trip we'll set up a designated front facing camera just to record, so when we...
Oh, we're recording this.
Oh, so it'll be able to see it?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I'm recording the 4K camera in 4K. Anytime the ignition's on, it's recording full time now.
Okay, so we can update and add the footage through the canyon.
We'll have to add a secondary video.
Yeah,
we
but
can't
like
interject.
we did with the... Yeah.
But yeah.
Yeah, okay. Cool. So y'all will get to see it one way or the other. I'm with you, John. If I actually do, which I've only maybe 5 times and only for a little bit because the fibro, but when I'm driving something this substantial, it's eyes locked in and
it's like anything. Over time, you kind of get used to the feel of it,
and after being on the submarine, very little rattles him.
Yes. Very, very little bothers me.
John said that's why I want to get a safety plus, as I think it helps that as well as the flat tire situation.
Huh, I'm not familiar with Safety Plus. We have the Mobileye system, which does beep if you're drifting across a line without a turn signal on.
We got a 6% grade coming up, and curves.
Yay, curves.
Although it is a stunning view.
It is, yeah.
There's a dry creek bed down there that I'm assuming when the melt off from the mountains comes down,
I bet it's not dry then.
Yeah. That's the thing with the desert. When the monsoon season comes in, it can be very dangerous depending on where you are because there's no drainage system. When we were in Carlsbad, when my mother had the stroke and
New
passed
Mexico.
in New Mexico, yeah, and passed away, it was February and there was just a torrential downpour and we were in a hurry to get to the hospital, so we did something silly and drove through the water. I don't know how high it was, but it was
scary.
Yeah, it was
It
scary.
worked out in our favor in the end, but it was scary.
But there wasn't a way to get around it the way Carlsbad was set up back then. It was, you could either go through a paved road that was flooded or a dirt road that was flooded. John says, you've got a newer coach than mine, so you got all the bennies, mine is 2000.
Okay.
So you just got all the bells and whistles shook, or not the bells and whistles, the rattles and spring-ins, spring-ins all worked out at a 20-year-old coach. We're still kind of finding things like the window frame coming
But
in.
see what I'm talking about? It's not that much difference. I mean, that's Velcro.
Okay, let's just leave it off.
Okay.
That'll be handy. I can put some Velcro
On the stuff you keep up here?
yeah, like my phone.
I don't know if I'd Velcro the phone, but
I've got a magnet on my case, so it grabs stuff. But yeah, easier to vacuum.
yeah.
Wipe down. Yeah.
Can you read that next comment?
Red Jag says, at John, get the Safety Plus. You won't regret it. It was the first upgrade I got. The Safety Plus, I also have the mobile eye.
Is the Safety Plus the thing that recenters the steering wheel and keeps it straight going down the highway? I'm not familiar, or at least I may not be remembering correctly what that is.
John said yes.
Okay, cool. Yeah, and regarding the eyes on the road thing, it depends a lot on where we are as well and what's around. If I'm in thick traffic, then yeah, I'm much more glued to the road, making sure everything stays where it needs to be. Or construction zone with those narrow lanes with other vehicles around. Those are a little higher pucker moments.
Yeah, driving through Nebraska and Kansas, you can pretty much let it drive itself.
Oh my gosh, yeah.
And it's so flat in one of those stretches. If you went off the road, you're just on the shoulder. It really didn't.
Didn't have to do much to make the road
Yeah.
straight or flat. Sounds like they're
Browse,
grinding.
Utah.
Oh yeah.
No services. The Safety Plus makes your coach act like Newmar's Comfort Drive.
Oh, okay. I've not knowingly driven a coach with that. I don't think the Allegro bus has it from Tiffin. At least not from the, not by default. But it doesn't really have a problem, in my opinion. I'm not sure exactly what it benefit would be for me.
John, absolutely. He said, watch out for corn cobs on the road.
Right.
Kansas. Oh. There is, in Topeka, a friend of ours introduced us to this gentleman. He owns a comic book store in it was Topeka, right? Or was it Wichita?
Wichita.
It's called The Burrow, and it's really a cute little joint. When Michael had to go up there for work, he went in with like Google Face, what is it, Duo or something? Skype,
At
something
the time
we
it
did,
was
yeah,
Hangout.
yeah.
It was a video chat.
And he let the camera go around the store and let me pick out what I actually wanted from the store. And then the year that we drove through Kansas, we pulled off there and actually went in so I could fangirl and
Yeah, it's a bit of a nerd shop, like tabletop games and
lots of Doctor Who and Star Trek references.
yeah, lots of
T-shirts and stuff.
geek culture.
Yeah, but their shop's
paraphernalia.
online. It's BURROW, the Burrow. The door around, the entry door around it, there's a circular, so it looks like something out of the Shire. So it's pretty interesting little shop. Also, if you're in Pittsburgh at on Squirrel Hill, there's a cute little Japanese stationery shop. Can't remember the name of it now. Hawaii?
Kauai. Yeah. If they're still around.
If they're still around, yeah. They have all kinds of like the scented paper and the kind
They
of
have
stuff.
lots of little plushy toys and various knick-knack stuff from like Japanese culture.
John, we didn't actually get any corn to take home, but there was a barbecue in Nebraska City called Ladybugs, and they had some of the best barbecue we've ever had. But their sweet corn was actually from the guy's. He grew it, and it was delicious. But we try to like just starches in general.
We try to avoid starches in general. Yeah.
Sorry, I left that word out. Yes, John, I am feeling a little better. 16 hours laying in the bed with heat and pad and having Mr. Turtle wait on me.
Yep.
Kicking
Anything
back
I can do in those situations to help.
Yeah, and it is much appreciated. Hung out a little bit with David Gilmour. That was such an awesome entertainer. When I was younger, I was maybe 8 years old, and my dad was very much into music. I mean, he had the hi-fi system that was just the huge components stacked 5 feet tall. And one weekend he sat me down and he told me, I'm going to teach you everything you need to know about music. And start to finish, he played Pink Floyd The Wall and the band songs from Big Pink. And yeah, so I got an early education on the, woo, that guy is, oh.
These guys are all idiots.
Yep. I think what forced his hand to introduce me to better music was I was hooked on the Grease soundtrack, and I was playing that, and I had the big can headphones on. I was probably 7 or 8, just belting my little heart out singing. He thought it was time to get me interested in something he could stand.
Time to up your
Up my
repertoire.
game. Yeah.
There's our first non-street sign pointing to Vegas. Oh, Vegas Strong. It's a yellow.
It's a Lucky Cab.
Yeah, and it's from Nevada.
Yeah.
I guess he just took his cab on vacation.
That or he had a really desperate fare.
Yeah, really expensive fare.
Manilow at Westgate? Oh. Yeah, I'm a little appalled and shocked that they opened up the casinos.
I'm not shocked.
Well,
but
yeah.
I would have been less. frustrated by that action if they mandated masks and social distancing, but
Or if the casino conglomerates like Caesars Entertainment would just like, okay, we have one major casino, we're going to open up at 50% and keep an eye on it, keep it cleaned, and not.
right, see how it goes, and then maybe open the others if it looks
And
better. But
I get in Las Vegas, the service industry is just crazy. Machete says, follow that car. This is Vegas Sean.
right.
He knows where he's going. Yeah, the service industry employs a lot of people in Vegas, probably 90%, I would say.
I don't know if it's that high, but it's real.
Well,
high.
Hospitality, and then you've got the nail salons and barbers and casino.
Hospitality and then services business.
Yeah.
Service business.
It's quite a bit. So I get that economics, the economy is really suffering all over, and they want to try to get back to some normal. But if they go too fast, then we're never going to get back to a. And I've seen some people talk about, oh, by the end of the year, but the Spanish flu was 2 years, and all of the sacrifices people had to make for the First World War, the Second World War, the whole make, do, and mend. It just seems like people today Americans today are a little spoiled. A lot spoiled. Looks like there was some burnout here, too.
It does.
At one point, it crossed the interstate. Quite a few road gators since we got back on.
Yeah.
From the rest area.
I'm guessing, hot roads and.
Yeah. That's one of the things, if you've never lived in the desert, in like Phoenix and Death Valley to Nevada, when you get the really hot days, not only is there a heat advisory, there's also a lot of alarms and alerts that go up for the citizens that say, check your tires. Because if you've got any kind of, what's the word I'm looking for, like scrape, or any kind of way that your tire might blow out in certain conditions, it's almost certain.
If it's already deteriorated at all, then.
Yeah, it's almost certain to, and that's just, 110 degrees on top of black asphalt. You can't really sustain cheap tires. Oh.
No.
I don't know why she felt like she had to get down. Come here. Oh, I know why. Got my pen.
She doesn't approve.
No. The cat, on the other hand.
Yeah. Yeah, I'd say that fire burned out a lot. Nope. Bye-bye.
Yeah.
Go get mommy.
Come here, Booby. Fifi, come.
Go get her.
Come on. There's a bed back there. You want me to get it? Here. Hurry up. There you go. Good girl. Gotta be close to her daddy. Six pounds of anxiety, fear, and terror.
Yep.
On her back legs, her legs are so dainty that the skin that's just under her thigh is transparent.
Yeah, you can see sunlight through it.
See sunlight through it. Oh, ears popping again.
Coming into St. George.
Yeah, 1 hour and 59 minutes to go.
Yay!
Whoop, whoop.
I have a feeling that's a little optimistic for us, but not too far.
Yeah. Well, then we have to check in, drop the trailer, knock on the
yeah.
site, hook up the internet, order dinner.
Well, we got to fuel first.
Oh, yeah. Crap.
Probably be close to 2 o'clock Pacific time getting in there.
I think that's the mountain that we came down and around when we came in through up past Kanab.
Yeah, it
When we
might
came
be.
through. It was, if you were following with us or watched that video, it was narrow and windy, and at one point I think we saw the back end of the trailer out the driver's window.
Those kiss your butt curves.
Yeah, up through that. Once we came out of that valley where Vermilion Cliffs and we started heading up, we got pretty high up. I think there was like a ski area up there, and I'm not sure that he's going to do the right thing, so
Yeah, I'm watching.
ends as well.
Bye.
Lay down.
Thank you.
Oh, I guess maybe that lane doesn't really end. If you've not been to St. George, there is, and you're into fossils and dinosaurs, there's a dig site that it was on a family farm. My history of it is probably jumbled. It's been about 6 years since we've been there, but they basically just, the farm, everything got donated, and they built up the museum around this dig, so you can walk over it and see the fossils and everything just kind of embedded in that rock.
Somebody's having a bad day.
Yeah.
Although I can't tell who. Maybe
Somebody
they're just testing.
went over or
Oh,
something?
it may be something over, yeah.
Yeah, I know.
Or maybe there's like a spark or something that started a fire down over in there and
Yeah.
trying to get it knocked out.
I think St. George, between a retirement community and the student community for Dixie State, that's pretty much all you got.
Yep.
And those that are employed by those two industries.
And the church.
And the church. Got that Mormon money.
Yep.
Southern Utah RV.
Yeah.
Is that a park as well, or just
It is a park, yeah.
Cool.
I don't recall seeing that one before. You got another
Oh,
comment?
sorry.
It's okay.
Red Jag. Highland Ann, this is Mary. Took over Herbie's computer, ordered everything. We'll let you know how it works out. Thanks so much. I'll be in touch. Thank you, Mary. I am doing a little better today. Yeah, if you need any, or you want to just chat, just ping me directly. That's fine. I hope it all works out for you. I love when I find something that works for me, and because I've tried so many things that just didn't do anything. There's not even a placebo effect involved. So
Or made things worse.
or made things worse. Yeah, that was the other. A lot of prescriptions just made it worse. And I'm one of those people, one of those lucky few, that it could be a side effect that only happens with 0.5% of the people that take the meds. And I get it. Not only do I have that, but I have a severe case of it. So it makes it difficult. I got diagnosed in 2004 after 2002 flare-up came on. Spent a good 3 years trying to get that under control and figure out what it was. But after many doctor's appointments, many treatments, and looking back at what the symptoms are, I've had fibromyalgia since I was maybe 7 or 8. Whenever I moved out to Oklahoma, so 1979. That's been a long time to be in pain. But I try to take the good with the bad. Some days I'm in pain and I'm homebound, and got it.
St. George RV Park, another one.
Oh, I guess they're
A couple of them.
popping
now.
out. I guess that one that we stayed at caused people to look for more options.
Maybe.
Mary, absolutely. Unfortunately, my cousin also suffers from fibromyalgia, so we have quite the little support group.
Hey, John. Yeah, I've got. I think it was your email address that Lenan took a picture of yesterday.
Yeah, I got Pete's, John's, and then we chatted with
Red Jag and Mary.
Herbie and Mary. Oh, and let Herbie know when we get landed in Las Vegas, I will update our village. I got to get into that more, I guess. I don't. There are a lot of groups on there that they're very zine oriented. There's a very specific niche of things, like Astro RVers that knit, diamond painting RVers, which I didn't even know that needed a group, but
Didn't know that did anything.
you didn't know
Desert Coach RV. I think that's RV sales. Yeah.
So have we passed? We haven't gone through the last pass, have we?
The last pass.
Yeah, there's like another pass, I think, before you head out, and that's where the RV park we stayed at. I can't remember the name of it now.
Yeah,
it was supposed to be, I think it was Temple View.
Temple View.
Yeah, and we didn't have a view.
There were no temples.
Well, there was a temple, it's just we didn't have a view.
Okay.
Is there a temple in a Mormon town?
Well.
John says, cool, just send me a note on it so I can get your contacts.
Yep, will do, John. Yeah, last night we were a little scattered and exhausted.
Yeah, I think I made dinner as soon as we stopped and took a shower and got in bed, and that was my night.
There's lots of little red dots on the map.
Oh, construction?
I don't know. I can't tell from here. Another RV place.
Northbound lane, road closed. So it looks like they're moving traffic, lane splits kind of thing. It says road closed on I-15 North are all of the little red do not enters. Wow, it goes on for quite a bit. Wow, glad we're not heading north. It's like that all the way to the Arizona border.
Wow.
Or sorry, the Nevada border. All the way through Littlefield and Beaver Dam. Alrighty then. This may prove to be exciting. Oh, John, I hate that for you. That is no bueno. My aunt has gout, and it's just excruciating for her when it flares up. Peanut and Joy. Those Those are such cute names. What kind of dog? I'm assuming they're dogs. What kind of dogs do you have, Mary? John, does it? Is there anything that helps with yours? I'm curious. Toy hauler blowout sale. Premium RV brokers.
Ooh.
Jim Reynolds, am I missing something or what? We're on day 3, but picture and the top chat are from day 2. The 2 chat boxes don't match.
Picture
Maybe
in the top chat.
log out and log back on. Let me check my end.
No, it looks right on my end. I mean, I see your chat in the chat stream that's going back out.
Yeah, I'm seeing live. Checking lag.
Yep.
Wax on, wax off. Okay, yeah, about 4 seconds. That's not too terribly bad for what it was the other day. We have 16 people on right now. Hey, y'all. Sure, we got some creepers. Or not creepers, what are they called in chat? Lurkers.
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 Yeah. Creepers. Yeah, that's different.
That's a Lonely Island song.
That's when 2 people are dating, but only one of them knows
Knows
it.
about it.
That's a creeper.
That's a creeper. There's an RV storage.
Yeah, and they're storing vehicles in with the RVs, which seems odd. Oh.
John says it's all good for him too on the stream, so. Okay, maybe, Jim, maybe log out, log back in. I don't know. Have you tried turning it on and turning it off and turning it on again? Is it, that's the IT thing, right? IT
Yep.
crowd.
Yeah, the IT crowd. Terrible Herbst. First one I've seen.
Yeah, buddy. There's one down between Vegas and the California border that has 100 fuel pumps. Is that correct?
Yeah, I think it's.
Yeah, there's a auto parts store inside. There's at least 3 restaurants.
Yeah, it's got all kinds of stuff.
It's very large. It's like a Buc-ee's if you've ever been to a Buc-ee's in Texas.
And I think they have some EV charging spots as well.
Yeah, because we did. We pulled in and then you did the dance thing.
Not In-N-Out. The
White Castle.
They had
That's
a White
right. Yeah,
Castle.
that's where I got it. Jim says, aren't you ashamed? You just let a fifth wheel pass you. Some days. Joy is our 4-year-old fur-bound husky, and Peanut is the 3-year-old Lhasa Apso. We had a Lhasa Apso. Her name was.
You had a Lhasa Apso.
Yeah, I had a Lhasa Apso. Her name was Maynard. My dad was the official pet namer person. And we did a lot of husky rescue when we lived in Virginia.
Yep.
We had.
I still host their website.
Yep. And we did a lot of fosters, and we'd go to a lot of the adoption events. Hey, Biggin!
Hey, good afternoon, Biggin.
You joined us just in time. We're almost there.
Well, we got another hour and 46 minutes to 2 hours, but
Well,
yeah.
that's closer than when we started.
True.
So, how's everything at Tiffin going? Are y'all passing out popsicles?
Oh, I bet they're definitely deep into the popsicle pile.
Yeah, it's pop.
I don't remember what the brand was on, but they were like, it was basically like a frozen Gatorade.
Yeah, and all kinds of things in them. They were pretty tasty.
They were. I liked the lime ones.
Arizona.
Welcome to Arizona.
Woot. And now the signal drops out.
Yep. We probably won't have signal for a while.
Yep.
I'll see if I can get into chat real quick and.
Biggin replied. What did he say?
We're heading to wide open new models coming out. Let's see. I'm gonna chat. We are heading.
Oh, Augusto has 2 golden retrievers. Those are very nice dogs.
I don't know. This thing popped, I guess.
Oh, you pushed on it? Okay.
I don't know. Yeah, I saw the 2021s. I glanced at them and then I closed them really quickly. Machete says 12 thumbs up. Okay, you other 4, hit the thumbs up. Augusto, what are your dogs' names? Biggin says, yes, them popsicles is the bomb.
Yep.
They are.
Very good. A welcome relief in the afternoon heat of Red Bay, Alabama. Oh, I found the reflectors.
Yeah.
Hey everybody, I think we're back. Sorry for that long break there. We went through a lot of no signal area. So just now getting some signal back. We got about 57 minutes, 66 miles to our destination in Las Vegas. Don't know if anyone is still out there. If you are, thank you for sticking around. If you're not, no worries, I get it. Looks like we have good signal now, good internet feed, and getting cut off.
Augusto says welcome back.
Hello. Hello, Augusto. Hello, Armachetti. Lenan took off her mic while we were out of signal, so I doubt she's going to put it back on, but
No more mic.
no more mic for her, she says.
Tell them about the traffic that.
Oh, man. So coming through the cavern there, crossing the Virgin River several times, one of the bridges, a vehicle of some sort had burned to the ground, and it was so bad the traffic was backed up for what looked easily like 10 miles. And then all of a sudden there was nothing. There were no traffic, no vehicles coming, no nothing. And it turned out they were turning people around at Mesquite. Yeah, at the Nevada border, keeping them from going further. But it was so bad, they brought in one of those big construction dumpsters and were parking it in front of all the debris so they could just scoop up what was left and put it into the dumpster and get the road opened up. It was, yeah, there was nothing left of that vehicle. like they did not really warn about this downhill.
There was a grade sign back there.
Oh, was there?
Say what percentage it was.
Oh, okay.
It just had the downhill truck.
Yep. Now you're on your way to Glendale. I think the next town is Las Vegas, or technically North Vegas, but hey, Pete.
Maybe Glendale, California.
Oh, after this? I don't know. Whew, man. Getting a little too fast. October, we're starting to head back east, so I doubt we'll make it to Glendale this round. I'm guessing Lynn will post a picture of the trucks bumper to bumper for miles on her Instagram or something.
Yep, as soon as I get a decent enough signal, then I'm going.
Glendale, Nevada. Yeah, I'm not familiar with that.
Yeah, right there.
Oh, actually, there you go. I was unaware. John, nope, just coming into it now. Just ask John, he'll let us know where we are.
They're not fitting on Instagram. I've got to go in and edit, so they'll be up in a second.
Oh, that's a bummer. Evidently the pictures she took don't fit on Instagram, so she's editing them to put them up. So they'll be up on there in a few minutes.
The size and quality doesn't shift, so that when it crops it automatically, it's just the asphalt right in front of us.
Oh,
So I have to resize to get.
that seems a design flaw of Instagram.
Well, it's because of what I'm taking a picture of. The center of the picture, and I'm doing a multiple, like there's 3 stacked. So it's not Instagram's fault. It's the algorithm for.
Yeah, I got the map on screen.
Okay, now going into Instagram.
Glad this is the last day of the drive. Did you say we've got 2 weeks between when we leave Las Vegas and when we're going to be in Tennessee?
Yes.
Okay. It'll take us 4, maybe 5 days, probably 4 days to get across to Tennessee, right?
Yeah.
but we'll stop someplace in the middle because we got the time to kill. Eastern Destiny. Like, is it Gatlinburg, Tennessee?
Yeah, I think so.
Gatlinburg, Tennessee area for a couple of weeks, and then my hometown in Eastern Kentucky for a couple of months. And then we're not sure exactly after that. Red Jag. Yeah, no bad words, Red Jag. You're safe on that one. I don't even think any bad names. John, then back to California. Yeah, probably at some point next year we'll be in California, 2021. We really don't have those plans firmed up yet. This year we had all the plans firmed up and then it all went to hell. Okay, she said it's up on Instagram now. The line of trucks stopped waiting in traffic for the clearing.
And thank you, Deanne, for following.
And thank you, Deanna, for following her, she said.
Yeah, it's 3 pictures. The first one is right after the accident or the fire, and then the other 2 are the backup on the Nevada side where they're making a turn out. So I'm not Mike. You just repeated.
It'd just be easier if you were mic'd.
I'm not miking again. Right here.
I love you. She said something about the first one is right after the accident and the other 2 are in Mesquite or in Nevada where they were turning cars around. Yeah, winter in Kentucky, at least November, December. Yeah, we're definitely expecting some cooler weather at least. Kentucky usually doesn't get like real snow until late January into February, but yeah, it's definitely a possibility. Half-pound ham steak and eggs breakfast for $2.49.
Oh, and all the secondhand smoke you can stand.
Yeah. I wonder if you can order that to go. Curbside pickup.
Probably if you pay the $20 resort fee.
Right. Yeah, we usually end up testing the heater quite a bit, unfortunately. Even in the warmest areas in the U.S., usually overnight we'll kick the heat on a little bit. The difference between Oasis and Aqua Hot, I think they're basically identical, just two different brand names that make the same product.
I think John is talking about the RV park.
Oh.
Red Jag said Aqua Hot. It's the difference between Oasis and Las Vegas Motorcoach.
Okay, so the difference between Oasis and Las Vegas Motorcoach Resort. Price, atmosphere,
road noise.
less road noise at Motorcoach Resort. Okay, you've convinced her to put her mic on if she can reach it. Oh, he did mean Aqua Hot. Okay. Yeah.
I'll shut up.
Oasis and the Aqua Hot are, I think, basically identical. I don't think there's a whole lot of difference between the two at all. Yeah, we went over the parks yesterday. I haven't really looked at the Oasis unit much, so there could be little variances that I'm not familiar with. But I've even seen like the burner nozzles and different things seem to be compatible between both of them. So I suspect they're very similar.
Hi everybody. So I'm back. I'm mic'd. He guilts me into it. Gives me the Kermit face.
I do believe traffic is going to start getting thicker from here in.
Yep. What? Tax-free booze
And cigarettes,
and cigarettes and Coca-Cola?
I guess.
I'm all about the Coca-Cola.
An Arizona Vectra. I believe the big W means it's by Winnebago.
Red Jag says he has Aqua Hot. It's a little bit of a pain in the butt, although I only had the coach for several months. The Aqua Hot is out for a second time.
Huh. They did have a batch of Aqua Hots, well, a run of Aqua Hots that the pump design was not very good and the pumps would fail. But they've redesigned them, and the new retrofit version of the pumps seem to be holding really, really well.
You need water now?
No, I'm good, thank you.
You're welcome.
They do require maintenance. I think they're supposed to be done yearly, where you pull the burner assembly out, scrub the burner chamber, and then replace the burn nozzle and a filter, I think, and then also the fuel filter itself. And if you don't do that, after a while they will completely crust up inside the burn chamber, and then you're in for a lot of manual scraping to get that thing cleaned out again.
Whoop.
Oh, a little frosty, sorry.
It's okay. Where's my girl? Oh, she's hiding in her bed. Alrighty.
What year did they fix it? Ours was a 16 and it had the old style pumps, and I believe probably about mid 17 mid-2017 is when we had them replaced. They were under warranty when it got replaced. So if it's a 1-year warranty, then it was less than a year after our build. Our coach was built in July of 2015. It was one of the first 2016s off the line. Aside from those pump failures, it's been perfectly reliable for us. We've never had an issue with it. You can tell visually on the pumps, one of them is a square pump and the other is a round pump. But unfortunately, I can't recall which is the new one, so apologies on that. I tend to think the round pumps are the new one, but don't quote me on that. The heated floors and the Tiffin Allegro bus is electric. Hot water heated floors are generally much more wasteful. It takes a lot longer for them to get heated up, and then it takes a lot longer for them to cool back down because they have all the mass of the water. So you end up spending a lot of extra energy to get it up to temperature. The electric floors, probably within 30 minutes, they're nice and toasty warm, and they're a lot easier to control and set like what you actually want the temperature to be.
Did you answer the heater?
Yep, that's what I just finished answering.
Okay, sorry, I was lost in grocery shopping.
Do they run off the batteries? No, John, they run off of, well, in our coach they can, but they're 120 volt AC heating elements. So the default configuration, you have to be plugged into shore power to be able to use them. But with us, the whole coach can run off batteries. So yes, technically on ours they can. They're about 7 or 8 amps of AC each, and we have 2 different zones, a front zone and a rear zone.
And the cats love them.
Yeah, the cats absolutely love the heated floors.
They just melt. Big puddle of fur.
Yep. And Lynanne loves them as well. She loves the toasty warmth on her floor, on her tootsies.
Sometimes I just put the yoga mat out and lay down on them.
Yep. You can run it off the generator, yes. The generator, there's an auto transfer switch between the output of the generator and the shore power. So anything you can run on shore power, you can also run on the generator. It's cool, the sculpting of the rock faces. I think that's a big solar farm.
Yeah.
Direct ahead and to the right.
Yeah, I think we had that discussion the last time we came through this way. That.
Yep.
On this stretch of road, we were coming back just at dusk from St. George, and was it a B-2? Some sort of.
It was
stealth.
some sort of stealth bomber. I can't remember which one specifically.
Just was flying low over the interstate, and I
It
don't
was
remember
dusk,
if,
so you could barely see it,
Yeah.
make out what it was, but it was definitely there.
I don't remember if the dash cam caught it, but
I don't think
it
so.
was,
Red Jag, heated floors and fireplace, all you need to keep the coach warm at 33 degrees. Yeah, we found that we really didn't use the fireplace, so we ended up removing it so that we'd have more room to store and access to the storage area under the TV. So now that's where my data server lives. That's something else I did while we were in Montana. I had a QNAP storage device with 12 10 terabyte disks in it. And while I was there, I bought a server chassis that will hold 36 disks and built a new storage server. Right now, I still only have 12 disks in it, but they're 16 terabyte disks. And then I've got room for another 24 as I need to expand if I need to. Would the heated floors work off of 4 lead acid 6 volt and 720 watts of solar? Not very long. You could probably start them up, but I think, let's see, 7 times 12 is that 84. So they're 840 watts a piece for the heated elements, roughly speaking. So you wouldn't even, at peak solar production, you would not be able to produce enough power to keep up with the demand of the heated floors when they're on full time. But they do cycle on and off when they get to temperature. And I know from the factory, at least, Tiffin does not wire in the heated floor to the inverted output. So you'd have to change the wiring a bit to even get that connected. Looks like our map isn't updating.
John says to heck with that then. That may be the downside of an all-electric coach.
I don't know. It really hasn't been an issue for us. If you're boondocking and you're trying to conserve power,
And you're
the
in a
aqua
cold
hot,
area, yeah.
yeah, the diesel aqua hot, and then the radiators throughout the coach with the 12 volt fans, that's more than enough. You may still have cold floors, but that's a small price to pay, in my opinion. It's a big Loves. I bet that's NIRV.
It's not indoor. I thought NIRV was indoor.
Oh yeah, it is. And maybe it's a different storage.
I thought it was closer to the raceway.
I
The
thought we
north
were
end.
pretty close to the raceway, but yeah.
John says just need to get 6 or 8 lithium batteries and more solar.
Yep.
Come on. Watch the cables, watch the cables. Come on.
Depends on which lithium batteries you get, but yeah, a large amount of battery power and then bigger solar would definitely help. We have 1,800 watts of solar on the coach and 2,160 watts of solar on the car hauler. And then 18 kilowatt hours of battery on the coach and 20 kilowatt hours battery on the car hauler.
John says, but if you're boondocking in winter, you may not get any sun.
Yeah, you may not get much. Very, very true. If you can tilt your panels, you'll get a lot better efficiency out of them during the winter time, because the sun is generally a lot lower on the horizon. So if you tilt towards it, it'll really help. But that sounds like a whole lot of work.
Red Jack says you also have to make sure you keep the batteries warm enough to function. Lithium batteries don't like the cold, so you can tell them what you did with that.
Yeah, so that is very true. Most lithium-ion batteries, and I think lithium iron phosphate are a little better, but you should not charge them below 32 degrees of the actual cell temperature, because it will cause permanent damage to the cell, and you will lose your investment in lithium very quickly. Lithium iron phosphate, they can go down a little lower, maybe down to, I think, 28 degrees, but you do need to keep them warmed up. So generally it's best if you can install them in a conditioned space like where you live. If not, you have to do something else to keep them warm. For me, I used Tesla battery modules, and they have a fluid channel plumbed through all the cells. So I have a sump with a heating element inside the sump, and then a pump that constantly circulates water through the batteries, and a controller that kicks the heating element on when it gets too cold, and then kicks it off when they warm up. And then when the batteries get really hot, it kicks on a fan that blows through a radiator that the fluid also goes through. And by the way, there's your first views of fabulous Las Vegas on this trip.
You can see it through the haze.
Yep. Trying to get the tracking back online.
Honey.
If I can do it real quick. It'll just take a second if I can get it. There we go. How much solar do we have? On the coach, we have 1,800 watts, and on the car hauler, 2,160 watts. The car hauler, I only had to worry around one air conditioner on the roof, so I could make a lot better use of the flat space. I ended up putting 6 370 watt residential solar panels on the roof of it.
He said, damn, there's a lot of power out there. have to install Amazon Prime now, get the same day delivery and the grocery shopping, and one more service that keeps me from leaving the house.
Looks like that guy came back on the road.
If it weren't so hazy, straight ahead there's a bit of a valley, and that's the back way that you or one of the roads that you take to get between Red Rock Canyon and Las Vegas. So there's a bit of a buffer. It's not really is it a mountain, really? I'm not really sure. John says we can boondock forever as long as we have sunlight.
Yeah, as long as we have good sunlight, and it's not too terribly hot. Once we start running the air conditioners, then that really starts pulling quick.
I think this is an IRV up here on the other side of the fuel, that big warehouse building. I could be wrong, but
no, it could be.
Maybe not.
And maybe not. I think that may be an Amazon warehouse or something, but
it looks fairly new. It doesn't have any markers on it. This is the industrial area. There's a big speedway up here, NASCAR Speedway. I think it's NASCAR. Yeah, they have NASCAR up here.
I guess, I don't know.
It's also a big drag
People drive
strip.
fast and turn left. That's about all I know.
Well, most people turn left.
As I went counterclockwise, which is exact opposite of turning left. But there's actually quite a few bugs. Just they're not over the camera area that much, thankfully. We did come through several patches of bugs.
I don't know if you lose both, but you lose that one for sure.
Yeah, this guy's gotta speed ahead and try to get over. Used to be very, very little bugs out this way, but with everybody moving in, they all want their grass, so they all have sprinkler systems that aren't tweaked properly and don't account for puddling and pooling of water, and so with all the grass and the poor sprinkler systems came bugs. So there are quite a few out here now. Yeah, we've definitely been through areas that we've had to pull off and clean. Actually, northern Arizona one year, it was like swarms of stuff. You would just drive through, so it was just covered. So we pulled in and got fuel, and I cleaned it all up real nice. 1 minute out onto the interstate, and another swarm, just like popcorn. We are 15 miles away from our exit on Blue Diamond Road. I got a feeling this guy in the Corolla is gonna do something dumb.
Billboard says 247motorcoach.com.
Huh. I wonder what that is. 24-7motorcoach.com.
RV repair shop, 24 hours, Las Vegas.
Huh.
Google says it's closed.
Ah, nice. Probably costs more money to get the sign taken down than to
Yeah.
just leave it up there. Is it permanently closed?
Oh no, it says it's closed and opens on Monday morning.
Oh.
But its company is 24/7
Right,
Motorcoach.
yeah, that doesn't make any sense.
Well, the building ninjas have been hard at work since we left town.
Indeed they have. We call them building ninjas because things seem to just like pop up overnight. Like one day you're driving by and it's an empty lot, and then the next week it's
They're
a store that's
super
fully
stealthy.
open. What's that?
I said they are super stealthy.
Yep.
And you'll be going by the field and there's like maybe one construction vehicle, a grader or a dump truck. And you come back a week later and they're opening up the restaurant or whatever it is they built. You never see them coming. The stadium should be almost done, if not done.
Oh yeah, that's true.
Or the, I don't know what they're going to change the name to. Vegas Raiders, Nevada Raiders, just Raiders. Good for them.
What's up?
No, the sign, it just changed. It said no shirt, no shoes, no mask, no service.
Oh, where
But
was that?
I didn't see it close enough, quick
Oh.
enough. The little logos for whatever shopping it was.
Okay. Somebody commented.
Red
something.
Jag says, I meant to tell you that unless your coach is under factory warranty, Tiffin won't let you park camp in the main repair center. They told me that when I called. I think we heard that from somebody, but there's a couple new RV parks there.
Yeah, they hadn't said not under warranty. I think last I heard it was like 5 years. But sounds like things are changing even more there.
Yep. Sometimes not for the better.
Yeah. Whee!
Okay, for those of you that are following along, when I mentioned about we talked about the construction ninjas, this hotel that's right kind of in front of us, off to the passenger side now, with the lots of red towers, that did not exist when we left here 2 months ago. It was just the shell of there was no windows. It was, I'm thinking that's scaffolding covered up with the red though.
I don't know. I don't think it is. I think that's the facade. Yeah, the design of it.
What does that say? Rocket World?
I can't tell.
Wow, it is just dwarfing the
Encore?
The Circus.
Oh. $11 miles to our exit.
Lots of people just back and forth. I'm just talking about the back and forth making me nervous.
Oh.
Resort World. Oh, it's gonna be like a West World where the cowboys come kill you? It says Resort World.
I see it.
There's gonna be like a space floor and
I know right before the pandemic they were finishing up one casino that was
smoke free.
No, targeting the Chinese New Year crowd.
The Bellagio had their floral arrangement as Chinese New Year.
Yep.
Y'all, it was, oh, they've taken, no, never mind. I was looking at the wrong hotel. I was going to say they took down all the signs for the big shows, but I remembered I was looking at the Palazzo and not like Treasure Island, Mirage kind of thing. Area 15 is the esports arena.
A lot fewer helicopters in the air. I just see one.
Looks like the high roller's not lit up. I wonder if it's even on. That's some enclosed quarters if ever there were.
Before the pandemic, you couldn't count the number of helicopters on one hand.
Yeah, for the tours over the strip and the...
Yep, and the Grand Canyon and... Yeah, I can't tell if the high roller's moving or not.
Yeah, it's... The other thing that was interesting where the motorcoach resort is that depending on which way the wind shifts, you've got planes landing, so they're flying directly over one way, or they're taking off, which means they're a little bit louder, and so it crosses right over the flight path.
Yep.
And during the first month of the shelter in place, you could hear songbirds in the morning. I'd get up and walk the dog, and yeah, it was a little piece of heaven in Vegas. Augusto says in Brazil it's not allowed to have casinos. If you have one, you can go to prison.
Yeah, and most of the U.S. casinos are illegal.
Yeah.
But Nevada, I think it's even only certain counties in Nevada. Or is it legal statewide? I can't remember now.
It's legal statewide. Prostitution's only legal in certain counties.
Right. And then...
because Vegas.
Vegas. Well, it's actually not in Vegas. Clark County, it's not legal.
No, Vegas doesn't make any sense, where it's like, come one, come all, leave all your inhibitions at home. Oh, by the way, you can't do this on this. Yeah, it's...
Yeah. So, can't remember what I was saying now.
Sorry, I interrupted you. Casinos are permitted and being illegal.
And then, for some reason, there's a water exemption, like if you're on a big enough river,
like Mississippi River,
you can have a casino on a boat, and then Indian reservations.
Yeah. Native Americans have had for quite some time permission to have casinos.
We got 2.9 miles to the exit.
Before the pandemic, pretty much anything you could think you wanted to do, you could do that in Vegas.
Aside from prostitution.
But yeah, there's
exceptions.
The world's largest gentleman's club.
Oh yeah.
You can drive a tank.
Use the right 2 lanes to take exit 33 toward Blue Diamond
Fire a
Road.
50 caliber mounted machine gun.
Yeah. Skydive, race supercars. They don't call, woo, ow, that hurt.
Sorry.
I was gonna say they don't call it Sin City for nothing. Yeah, Clark County, politics-wise, I think is very Republican, very staunch.
Yeah, it's weird.
Conservative. So there are some things that, puritanical we don't cross the line on, and other things it's like, sure, why not? And I say we like I'm in Nevada and I'm not. John, thanks so much. We're gonna try to recover from the rides down and
what?
Then bite my tongue. Speaking of Republicans.
In half a mile, use the right 2 lanes to take exit 33 toward Blue Diamond Road.
Anyway.
Yeah.
I'm gonna turn her off because I've pretty much got it from here. Doesn't feel like Saturday to me.
No. I know the Silverton got dinged for not having social distancing set up at the Mermaid Station. You had people all touching the glass and clamoring.
We're gonna pull in here and get some fuel.
At the top. Tell those owner when John comes, give him a discount.
Right.
Man, I wish we got a discount.
So technically, owners are allowed to let someone stay on their site, but they're not allowed to charge any money for directly to them for that person staying on their site.
And the guest still has to pay the paperwork fee.
Yeah, there's still an administrative fee that you have to pay the first month, like just to come in.
But even if you own a site in the park, and for whatever reason you want to stay on another site that you don't own, unless you know the owner for that administrative fee workaround, you have to pay the full price.
Yep.
We met a couple last year that...
Which makes sense.
Yeah, they owned a site, but they had it gutted and having something done to it, so they couldn't stay on it. And they had to lease another site, so...
Now I'm curious why
We're
this
filling
thing
up
isn't-
DEF here.
Yes.
So we need the... Come on now, seatbelt. What's going on? Okay. You know what you did with walkie-talkies? We charge them, or...
No, they're not charging. Look out, baby girl. Danko.
I do not see them.
Sorry, Nudie Bear. I got too many beds. I think I have mine over here. Maybe not. Nope. I just have to use a mirror.
Okay.
All right, I'm gonna turn my pack off, my mic, or mute it.
All right.
I don't know where the walkies are.
I don't either. Let me get the app up so I can tell you what the price per gallon is. We probably won't do a sing-along today, but... So we are just at over a half tank.
I locked the compartment where I keep the gloves.
Our fuel tank is 150 gallons. And cost per gallon? Oh, Daddy left her. Poor baby. She is definitely Daddy's girl. So it is $2.12. And again, we're just at over a half a tank, 150 gallons. Augusto, the site that we're staying at with taxes and fees is going to be just under 22, so 2,200 American dollars. John, yes, they are strict. They have to make all that money so they can throw all those big parties we talked about yesterday. A couple of homecomings ago, probably about two, there was the drag show / female impersonator group from down on the strip. No deaf? Okay, so we have no deaf. But yeah, they had about 6 drag queens come in and put on a show. It was pretty epic. There were several contestants from RuPaul's Drag Race. We had Derek Barry, who does Britney Spears, and yeah, they 127 for 60 gallons diesel. All right, Pete, get you put in there. Let's see. He's looking around to see if they have a DEF pump anywhere, like a designated thing. I do not be seeing one. And 20 cents, man. Getting down to Brass tacks. Let's see, 60 gallons. Yeah, the HOA is about, well, when we sold our lot, it was just at $400 a month, and that included, if you needed it, landscaping, like cutting the grass, watering, which our site, we didn't have any actual grass, so we didn't have that. You still have to pay for electricity and anything else you want. That's not included in the HOA. John, why? We love RuPaul. Drag race, it's fun. And Derek Barry has been called a better Britney Spears than Britney Spears, and he's been in a whole lot of stuff as Britney, with her blessing. Yeah, good stuff. I think he's still trying to find a DEF pump. $550 now, I think. That sounds about right. That $550, I mean, it's, when we bought our site, we sold it 2 years, just over 2 years after we bought it. We made a 45% profit on it. But now, since all of the wildfires the last few years, the population in Clark County has just boomed, and the cost of everything has gone up. And now, a site that was going for maybe like $69,000 2 years ago is nearly $200,000. So it's like 0.2 acres of a driveway, basically, with a little bit of a yard. That just seems like a lot. We saw some spots up in Newport, Oregon, there at the oceanfront, Pacific Shores. They didn't have the Pacific view, but it's $44,000, and you walk, 200 feet, and you have the Pacific view. But you don't have the international airport, casinos, and the big draw for the tourists and the people that travel through. So you can't really make your money back, I don't think. I don't think it's 9 months of popular camping in Oregon. I think the weather kind of drops out. Is that deaf? No, that is not. Oh, ow. I think he mimed paper towels. How many? How many? Oh, okay.
I'm gonna keep the roll out here.
Okay. Did you find a DEF?
Huh?
Did you find a DEF?
No, there's no DEF pumps here.
Okay. Do we have to go somewhere that has it?
I mean, we don't have to. I think we're at half a tank.
Yeah, just under.
Yeah, we'll be fine.
Okay. Okay, so no DEF. Getting the fuel cost in, so all right. All the fuel's coming up. Okay, hang on. I don't have to pull forward because there's no DEF here. What in the ass was that? Okay, baby girl, look out. Or don't. Okay, Twyla got 133. 06. You said you were keeping him out there.
Huh?
You said you were keeping him out.
What?
Nothing, never mind. Can't hear me. 22. You guys are being oddly specific today. Kim. 145.78. Okay. I put my paper towels back. He did not need them. Well, hello, Puddins. Let me get my shoes on. I'm gonna have to talk to Michael. He's not taking his mask with him. He's getting has forgotten how crowded it is here and almost impossible not to brush up against somebody out there. Okay, Augusto at 150. Doo-doo-doo. I've not been out there yet, Machete, so it may not. Usually the heat doesn't bother me. It bothers Michael more than anything, but I'm always cold, so stepping outside doesn't affect me as much as it does him. Now when you add, all the humidity and bugs and everything else from back east, I really whacked my leg, but I don't know what that was. It just kind of jumped out and stabbed me off of the side of his chair. I'm gonna guess it's the little lever that lets the back of the seat lean back. Got me good.
Yeah, I was gonna keep them out there, but then I found a roll that I'd left out there.
You forgot your mask.
I wasn't talking to anybody or near anybody.
Everybody else is wearing their mask.
I can't help it. Oh, sorry.
You're not a very good example for the interwebs.
I was nowhere near anyone. The closest person is 2 pumps away.
Okay.
Hello, peoples.
All right, so we got all the guesses in. Last chance.
No death pumps here.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, the low humidity is that. It just really made it for us when we came out to Vegas in 2010, and it was.
Hi everybody. So we are pulled in. We are on the site now. You can see the X across the way in front of us. That'll get moved over to be in front of the coach once we finish getting set up here. We're leveling the coach now and getting ready to throw the slides out.
Augusto won the fuel guess.
Augusto, you won the fuel guess. What was the
total was 174.80.
174.80 was the total.
Augusto guessed $150.
Sweet. Augusto guessed 150.
Paul, I believe, guessed 60 gallons, and it was 62.3 gallons that we got.
Nice.
So, very close.
I don't even know if anybody's watching at this point. No, we were offline for too long. It looks
Everybody
like.
left.
Yeah. Okay, so we will see you next time on the road or one of our chats. Oh, hey Augusto. Yep. Congrats on winning. We will see you guys on the next stream. Bye-bye.